Good morning, everybody. Welcome to
Welcome in.
the today is of course May 32nd. That's the date. That's totally the date because we're streaming day 2 of the May monthly tournament, which means it has to still be May. Uh, we have some day 2 action that should be pretty interesting. So welcome in. I am IHSB15. I'm joined here by Brown Ball.
Hello, welcome in. Glad to be back here hosting the monthly tournament for Fairy Tale Fables. So excited to see what these battlers have for us and see how we can go about doing this. So we're gonna have some very exciting matches today. So what are your thoughts on the meta right now?
So it's interesting. This is the first time between day 1 and 2 of the tournament that we've had a change. In the last week, there was a rebalance to stealth, which will be interesting. I think in day 1, we saw a lot of that. So in day 2, it'll be interesting to see how much of that still is around. I bet we'll still see it plenty.
Oh,
Um,
absolutely.
but between stealth, between boost, between dogs, between scam, there's a whole lot of options I think out there right now. I think it's pretty balanced. I'd
Yeah.
like to believe it's pretty balanced because I think we've spent a lot of time trying to help make it that way. But it'll be interesting to see what does come through. I don't think we're going to see quite as much spyglass and hunter shenanigans as we saw a month ago. Um, we certainly didn't, I believe, on day 1, and I don't expect to see more of it day 2. But we'll see what comes through. We'll see what shakes out and is the most prevalent stuff happening.
So, any thoughts on any heroes that are going to be quite advantageous in this tournament? I know month was it Guan Yin was a very strong uh, hero. Any predictions for this month?
So I think a lot of that was Guan Yin giving people free 5 cost treasures. And shooting stars being so centric last month made that really, really prevalent. It's interesting here. We're spectating Richard Werman to start, and we've seen Peter Pan get picked, which is not someone that I have spent much time playing. So it'll be interesting for me to try to provide a sense of what's going on with Peter Pan.
Yeah.
Certainly, I think there's some people that have said that they think it's the strongest hero in the game. So we'll see if that happens to shake through with this first selection that we're spectating here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're gonna go mages here. So I mean, mages is always a strong comp and always a great comp to just be competitive in. I mean, for this tournament, it's not necessarily about winning every single game. You do have to win the game once you are live, but it's getting to those 19 points. And Pan's just a fantastic way to guarantee yourself points. So
That is
I
true.
think,
You're going to get some shot buffs. You're going to get some stats. You're going to
yeah,
have the ability to really give yourself some early enough tempo that you're probably not going to bottom out. So we'll see if that indeed does come true here. The free roll in the shop for Pan
oh, we got a
way
double
into a
free
Baker
roll.
Rat. That's 2 spells on turn 1. That is crazy. So Richard Werman is off to a great start.
That is the dream. We have quite a few of my favorite heroes in this game. We have Guan Yin, as we just mentioned.
There's one.
My favorite hero is Hammy. I absolutely love treasures. It's my favorite thing about this game. Uh,
Well, I've branded myself as the world's worst treasure hamster hero or player. So that's a point where and it's just me. We just don't get along. We get another Baker Rat here, so
oh,
this is another spell. The question is whether he casts the potion first, but it looks like he's not going
oh,
to.
good.
And we're probably just going to take this elementary insight because there's not a sword that we can take to preserve
Yeah,
that economy for later. So
yeah. As well as these
4 spells in 2 turns is pretty nice start here.
yeah, as well as these Baker Rats giving us mana for later, being able to, buff them with that 1/1 spell we had before would have been fine, but getting that elementary insight where we don't put maybe some unnecessary stats on something we're gonna sell later
For
should
sure.
be huge advantage for us.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean it's been interesting to watch how Peter Pan has had some people have sort of diverted on how they prefer to play it. I know there's some people that um, play basically my back line is full of acolytes and my front line is
Hmm.
full of fairies in a bottle and see if you can get through all the stats. There's some people that use the hardworking milkwoman line with Hook's Cook and try to put a bunch of food stats onto your backline boosters and then summon a bunch of stuff in front of it. So It'll also be interesting to find out exactly what Richard chooses to do with his line, getting into this hero. And we already see here the 1/1 elementary, or the +1 elementary attack, elementary insight attack boost, saving us from some damage here on turn 2.
As well as Hikate's owl here, you being able to give us a uh, nice owl that scales quite well in this build early on. So that definitely is going to be very useful for us later in this game.
It'll be interesting to see if we lock this Baker Rat triple, because you can lock this and
Yeah,
then roll it into a new shop that would have
exactly.
a 3 cost.
And not
Um,
only that, you're gonna probably have to spend 2 gold regardless, and this isn't really the worst thing to spend 2 gold on. You will
right.
end up losing 1 mana overall if you sell your Baker's Rat upgraded, but I mean that's a pretty good cost to pay to get your what's it called? Your pan up to an extra level for his ability.
Yeah. The other option
But
is you could sell a Baker Rat and buy
yeah,
that one, and then sell the potato, and you have, I believe.
well, you have to have mana. We don't have any mana right now, so that would
Oh,
have.
sorry. Yeah, I'm saying for next turn.
Oh, yep,
Lock
yep,
that
yep,
shop, sell
yep,
one rat, buy that rat,
yep.
and then cycle the potato. And I think you still have 6 gold left to buy a couple of 3 costs. But we chose not to do that, and it looks like we're faced with a shop where it's awkward to spend that last remaining
Yeah.
gold. So it looks like we're gonna pretty big ranged thing. It'll keep us pretty steady for a while, and that looks like what Richard wants to do here.
Yeah, that was a great use of the spell mechanic casting out on your shop here. That way you can get the pan buff as well. So
Yes.
very nice play. Looks like we've had a lot of ties, which is expected to see early on in this game.
Yep.
I'm curious to see what that Phantom's going to turn into.
Yes. Always curious to see what the results are going to be. I mean, this lobby. I mean, there's a couple of surprising heroes in this lobby for me. I wouldn't expect to see Gemini or Dionysus or even Savitri in the day 2 lobby. So I think some
Yeah,
choices where maybe players didn't get exactly what they wanted, or some people that just like those heroes more than I do off the top of
exactly.
my head.
Yeah, especially Tree being one to swap into is always great. I mean, to be fair, like having an extra life is never a terrible thing. It's definitely very worthwhile compared to some of the other heroes here, where it's just the longer you live. Oh, that's a big chair.
That is a big chair.
That's a big chair. That's a very big chair.
Down to 20 health. We were talking about the stability of Peter Pan, and somehow we've also found ourselves at 20 health.
Life is a resource though. So I mean, you got 30 of it, so taking some damage isn't always the worst thing. You don't want to take all the damage. That's bad. But we do have a swan here, which I think's going to really help us cast some spells later in this game using upgrade potato. But we don't really have a great way to get it.
I think we're just gonna oh no, we're gonna take this Age of the Moon pair and then
Oh, yep.
use the spell from that.
And that's going to pair very well with the Slay Swan here, using its Slay ability to buff up the Agent of the Moon by 1 attack right now. Unfortunately, it does not have Moonlight at this time, but Moonlight would be very nice on our board just because we have 4 things that can use Moonlight quite well.
We do. Yeah, and the Odette's giving stats to 3 things on this board with a Slay, because it's a spell cast as well, which will give some additional stats. So,
very nice synergy early on.
Richard here doing some scouting. I think we'll see them do a lot of scouting over the course of this game and over the course of this day if we continue to follow them.
Ooh, this is a beautiful opportunity for Slay here, and we get it.
Yeah.
As well as that spell we cast earlier coming in huge, giving that Agent of the Moon in slot 5 that extra health to stay alive.
Yes. Here we see the Hook's Cook trying to get some additional spells generated. And we roll into a shop that doesn't offer any. No farmers here or pirates for the Hooks Cook spell synergy, which is I think what Richard was hoping to see here, and it's a little awkward that he's not getting it. It's a
Yeah.
monster charm that he might want. That's
Yeah.
more just pure tempo, so it's probably just casting some spells, but
Yeah. I
monster
mean,
charm does make your Agent of the Moon carry you for maybe a little while longer.
yeah,
It
that
might just be
definitely.
at 5/9 right now that it's carrying enough.
Yeah, I mean, I think either casting the fried egg just for an additional spell for later in the game just to take it, or the monster charms definitely two good plays here. I mean, there's nothing in the shop worth buying at this point. Unless you want to gamble on the present, which isn't the worst thing in the world. I think there's better plays, but
I could see that. I'm not sure what you sell for it because the rats are mana that you
yeah.
want to later. The owls stats, the hooks cook is spells.
Or
We're selling the rat, I think, to try to get more mana to do another spell cast. Because you wanted to cast that spell. If you cast the spell before you sell the rat, you don't get the mana back. If you cast the spell after you sell the rat, you get the mana back and can roll and cast another one. So getting an extra spell out of a situation where that's not something that we had seen.
Yeah. Very unfortunate hit on that swan there, but does prevent us from taking damage. But we do get at least a free mana spell here in the healing potion. You know, we have 20 life. 21 is probably not the worst thing in the world, as well as we get that.
Yeah, that hardworking milkwoman, I think, is very much the priority target with the Hooks Cook in place.
Yes, absolutely.
And I could see just taking the Cinderella here for another free spell as well.
Yeah.
Might cycle the potato just to get his APM up, but I think the Cinderella into the fried egg with that last mana might be where we're headed with this.
Definitely, I'm seeing Richard very favorable towards that potato quite often in this build. So, is that necessarily a Pan thing or Richard play thing, or what's your thoughts on that? I mean, it definitely seems to be one of the better things to be buying because you could sell it whenever you want. But what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think it could be a bit of everything. It could be the fact that, like, when you're Peter Pan, if you have a Tinkerbell, buying and cycling hot potatoes costs you nothing and helps tick down the quest progress on that. It's also just the case that if you're going to roll the shop and there's a potato there, just buy it, right? It's gold that you either have for now or for later. It's really, I think, more just the fact that it's a no-cost situation, and that's the type of thing that Richard's aware of doing. So I think we're going to be, again, most of the people I think we're going to be spectating, we're pretty much going to see them automatically buying some of those potatoes.
Yeah.
Unless, you have a Shard of Excalibur and you don't want to ruin your entire life. Thing that I have done.
Yeah.
I think a lot of us have done that. But.
Yeah. My favorite thing to do is to pop map on 2-drop treasures.
The old beast trigger into a 4.
Yeah.
Yep, also been there. Who among us has not been there? This hardworking milkwoman already really providing some pretty nice stats for that front line. And we were starting to see the tempo. And there's Tinkerbell. That's a huge find. Tinkerbell with a Baker Rat in the shop is pretty nice. If he doesn't want to just cast this Light of Dawn spell.
Even Crystal Lotus in the shop is nice too.
It also is. It looks like he's passing on it.
Yeah.
Might think it's a bit too late for that. Looking for. What are you looking for here? We're selling Cinderella. What else are we selling here?
I mean, Dr. Jekyll gives us yeah.
Yeah, I think that's what we might be after here. I'm trying to think of just what offers spell casts. Yep, that is what we're after. Spell casts additional stability with the hero attack buffs. It's a very, very nice pickup for this point in the game.
I'm really curious, do we have the ability to get a little bit greedy here and bench Milkwoman for Hooks Cook to maybe buff it even a little more? Or
to get some preserve on it?
Yeah. Maybe too greedy. I mean, especially with the way Aladdin is. Aladdin is definitely feeling like one of the Characters just a little bit far behind at this point, just based on their health, but they also could have been facing some
Yeah,
unfortunate RNG.
yeah, and the balance there is sometimes you just want to deal some damage to Aladdin because if Aladdin hangs around for too long, it
Hmm.
gets really spooky. So, um, yeah, it's just one of those very minor decisions that might have some impact later on. As to do you try to make your Pokemon a little strong? Ooh, and then it gets
Oh,
zapped out of the gate. The owl does survive that hit, which is really nice, though. It's gonna make it so that we get a nice little tie here. Owl surviving that fluff attack by one.
oh! Plus we got another Dr. Jackal plus a healing potion. This is a very nice opening shop.
It is nice. Another milk
Ooh, and a
woman.
second Milk Woman.
Yep.
We have was it one food on there?
Yeah, it had 1-0, I think. I think it kept one of the three attack from a fried egg and lost both of the toughness. And we have 1 gold left and 1 mana left, and there's a 1 gold, 1 mana spell. So we're casting it. It's just a matter of what's going on. It looks like we're buffing the milk woman. Yeah, I mean, I think at this point in the game, Richard Berman obviously would really very much prefer to have some treasures cooking.
Yeah.
The fact that we're at 4.2 and we haven't tripled anything is pretty unfortunate. The Odette being one trigger away is nice, and there's a whole bunch of pairs floating around here, right? We got the Jekyll pair, the Agent pair, the Milk Woman pair. So, like, there's lines to start getting these mage treasures that Peter Pan wants and starts, to really start scaling in earnest. But for now, man, it's just sort of a slow, unfortunate start for a hero that really wants to get some fast starts underway. Granted, every hero wants to get a fast start, but
Yeah.
I think this isn't exactly how Richard Roman might have drawn it up when they first selected Peter Pan in their hero options.
Yeah, just a few unfortunate shops we got, especially missing that ability to get trigger hooks cooked when we bought it that turn. I think slightly suspect. I don't think we're too bad a spot though. Just we could be in a better spot.
For sure.
Boy, that
Finish
Milk Woman
the
is.
Yeah,
It is taking the hits from those lightning bolts.
it really is.
Oh, there we go.
We get a Seer Sphere, so that's a start. There's also
Plus we get 2 more treasures.
and we do get 2 of those pairs coming through right away. Those are 4 treasures, so I don't think you really want to bean into a 5. There's not a whole lot of mage treasures available on 5,
Yeah.
so the sphere was, I think, ultimately going to be the choice there.
Plus just mana is just so useful.
Talisman is just going to keep us alive. The other options really weren't going to help us cast more spells, so I see why that happened. Scrolls of Chaos has some spells. Spell Reflectors, some spells.
I mean, digging for gold, we're gonna get library map potentially, or library card potentially here.
Could get Key to the Library, yes. It looks like that's what we're going to go for.
Oh,
we get Double Caster,
Double
here,
Caster.
which is really nice. Double Caster in place of the Digging for Gold, and now the Tier 2 option comes up, and there's Key to the Library. We're skipping Key to the Library. Keeping the Talisman just to try to keep us stable, rather than the Key to the Library. I think the thought is, you're going to try to get another level 3 treasure with this Agent of the Moon and the 1 gold from the Key to the Library. Skip seems like that's what they're preferring here.
Yeah, just trying to keep some health.
Yeah, unfortunately, we're mostly out of gold for this turn.
But we got the opportunity at 4 treasures this turn. We went from 0 to 4.
Yeah, we went from 0 to yes, exactly. So a ton stronger, just not a whole lot left to do with all this newfound mana that we have.
Well, looks like we're
There's another free spell, which is really, really nice.
Yes, but looks like we're not going for that Agent of the Moon treasure, though.
It does look like that. I wonder if at this point their thought is Tinkerbell's going to give me all the treasures that I need.
Ooh,
that is spicy.
Yeah, it was double casted.
Not locking for it.
Oh,
Yeah, it could have turned this Jekyll into an upgraded 6, but it looks like we're going for the. I mean, that is.
Well, we could
That's
turn the Swan into an upgraded 6 because we have
yeah,
the double casted DU and then
yeah. The double caster on the unstable transformation with
yeah.
the new U, then making it permanent was the option
Yeah.
there, but looks like we're not going for it.
I'm curious to see if we maybe start buying some traders or some of the bottled fairies soon.
Yeah. I think this Milkwoman might be the target, especially for just 2 gold.
Yeah, that's a pretty good deal.
That is the target here. Stack of Pancakes doesn't
Wow.
get double caster effects, but does make it have some permanent food gain, which is nice.
We didn't even roll and we're suddenly already out of gold this turn.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm surprised we didn't take the health. We might
Well, the
do
health
later,
doesn't
though.
get double caster effect, which is probably what he's thinking.
Yeah.
Wants to get as many spell casts as possible, and that is heavy, so you only get the 1. But I guess he's thinking that his health situation is fine at the moment.
Especially in this tournament, though, like I feel like health is always just the most valuable resource in this game.
It really is. Nothing worse than getting a perfect lethal damage, but it looks like
Yes.
we're just not focusing on that right now.
Especially with the Sativri being the lowest health hero right now, getting that second opportunity with that extra life. I'm still surprised they're still in Sativri now and haven't found a new hero yet.
I think we're on natural 5.1 this turn. I'm sure they'll be actively looking for a way to get out of it once the opportunity arises.
Yeah. That's the thing with Pan is you can never remember which turn everyone else is on sometimes. We might be on. Are we on 5-1?
Yeah.
Yeah. Always good to see what your opponent's boards look like as well.
A lot of fluffs in this lobby. Bit surprising. Looks like stealth went away and fluffs showed up, which, I mean, I for one approve of. Fluffs are incredible.
Yeah.
Fluffs are fun.
I'd like to see more things get the fluff tag personally. Like Yak. Just I want Yak to be useful. So bad.
I'm a big Sunstone Yak fan. Sunstone, Yak and 7, Milkwoman and 6, you're having a good time.
Ooh, that's a big bottled fairy.
That is a big bottle fairy. It'll be interesting to see if this is what we're going for. Because that is something you want in your endgame board, and it looks like he wants it right now.
Yeah.
I think he's probably really trying to get another Tinkerbell trigger going this turn.
Yeah.
That wolf bait's a bit unfortunate. It's just not. It's just too expensive for this point because we want bulk spellcasts. Taking a shielded unit, and then we're making it an Athena for a turn.
Okay.
Very nice to get the double cast free coin there. Another
rummage. And more coins.
Another free coin.
And we get a lot of free spells here. That bottled fairy started this turn. I think as was it 27-ish? And now it's up to a 71, 75, it looks like.
It's a lot of spells.
It's a lot. I think some of those are food stats. Oh, wait, no. We have the Milkwoman buff.
Some of it is Milkwoman stats, yeah.
Yeah. If we can get some Moonlight.
I wonder if that's partially motivated by just trying to get it out of your shops because you're only going to see it once. So if you're going to buy a character to try to just trigger the Tinkerbell quest, which is what they were trying to do, making it so that Snow White's really no longer in your pool is a way to do it. Because I don't expect that we're going to be buying 7 items anytime soon. So I think that might have
Yeah.
been part of the motivation is I need to buy something out of the shop. There's nothing I really want, so let's just take the Snow White out of the character pool for the rest of this game.
Yeah, that's definitely a great play. Using the quest, you know, sometimes you always want the people for later. It's like, but this is actually one time where you don't want them, so this is just a perfect use of that.
Yeah. This is a lot of stats. It's
I
crazy
mean,
what happens when you go from 0 treasures to 3 pretty good treasures on this hero. All of a sudden, things
ooh.
escalate really quickly. We're knocking the Phantom, who is revealed into the combination of Amateur and Dame Gothel. Quite a combination, but they are now down to 1. Pulling more quest characters out of the shop.
And a second bottle fairy.
Immediately getting rid of the quest character, so that shows us exactly what we had in mind for it. This Hook's Cook is, I imagine, something we're going for. Yep. These double caster free spells.
Yeah.
Huge value. 2 gold left in this turn is awkward. You wonder if he just goes for this Food Fest spell to get some extra stats. But
Yeah. I mean, but you could cast the Smith's Hammer on the spell book for the bottle fairy.
Certainly could.
Oh, we also have a bag in here, but I mean, I don't know if we have enough really to sell for it.
That is true. I think you're right that that's what he wants. Because if he hits Forbidden Grimoire, he has a spellbook already, and that magic bag with Forbidden Grimoire can really just take this Milkwoman to the moon.
Oh, and a free coin. How
Free
useful.
coin,
We get both.
Very nice free coin. Take the Farm Fest. And we're locking the magic bag, I assume. Yeah, good spot on that. I had glossed over the magic bag, and that is, I assume, very much what Richard Roman is targeting with this lock here. We're seeing the Odette come out, and I think what I was just about to get into is we're now seeing exactly sort of how much that had been propped up by the Milkwoman stats up to this point. Really, not as many stats as Richard Roman is able to throw on the board with pretty much anything out of the shop. So it's not too surprising to see the Odette coming out, even though it does generate some spell casts, just because it's going to get harder for it to actually continue slaying.
Yeah, as well as getting that Emperor's New Clothes earlier. I think we were a little curious about that but now seeing what Richard's strategy is, getting those quest characters out there. Plus, you know, the shield's always a great thing to have.
Yeah,
but
it's just good tempo, especially
exactly.
If there's not a whole lot of ranged and Iron Will stuff on the board, and the fact that it's got a shield basically lets it effectively be a third.
Ooh, it's a very nice fluff board.
It's a lot of big fluffs. They have Symbol of Unity, which is interesting. The idea that they could try to use these fluffs to eventually play some Frankenstein's monster in the back row.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like they're taking some damage here. With this Peter Pan minigame really went from 0 to 50 in an instant.
Yeah. And we see that bag.
You see the bag?
Yep.
Really now, 4 stats left on this Tinkerbell trigger. Forbidden Grimoire? We're not seeing Grimoire. Odin's Raven's still very nice, but I think the Grimoire is really what they were hoping to see with that. So now with this Odin's Ravens, we get to double cast the pancakes, which means we're getting even more preserve on this, or retain on this Milkwoman, which is very nice. Buying the parrot for free spells. We could take this double cast Welcome to Neverland, which would give us 2 just really, really big things for tempo. I'm not exactly sure what those things would be. There's not a whole lot in the shop that we would necessarily want it to be.
I mean, the Acolyte's not terrible.
The Acolyte's your biggest hit, maybe the Jekyll. Other than that, it's kind of awkward.
Yeah.
What are we selling here? I think we're keeping the parrot in case we need just a random flying thing for some tech. No, we're just buying the Acolyte outright.
Yeah.
Just have another range thing going on. Another bag is here, so I wonder if we're going to lock for this again. The benefit of locking for this here is that other characters will show up in the shop, and basically the bag gets discounted by 1, because if you're going to roll anyways, that's 1 gold it would cost to roll, whereas you can just buy the bag and it rolls the shop for you based on how the ethereal arsenal spell works. So that is an option here to just.
This is that was an interesting board on Synesthesia's part.
That is interesting. There's some Gretels and some Succubus and some tokens, yeah. Celestial Harp, that's a Celestial Harp situation, trying to play down all the other things that would break your Celestial Harp buffs.
All these tournaments, you always see the most interesting builds. It's always just you always see some of them like you get 3 or 4 different metas just into one that just are able to synergize so well. I'm lucky if I can get one sometimes.
Well, they filled their board out now, and that is a spooky Celestial Harp board.
Yeah,
there's a lot of tokens coming out on this board, and they're all going to be very big. Richard Burma might just have enough stats to power through them all, though. Yeah, it looks like we're gonna, unless the Succubus has anything to say about it. The Succubus gets sniped.
Oh,
that's gonna trigger Synesthesia's Chrono Crystal. Can't imagine with Celestial Harp, Synesthesia was in a position where they thought they were in danger of losing a combat and having that Chrono Crystal get triggered, but here we are running into just some big bottled fairies with a Milkwoman at the wrong time. And there we see the bag effectively being discounted by 1 because we get a free roll out of it.
And the
hook here is really nice.
Yeah.
Not necessarily for the treasure. I think those are a clear skip, but just because we're both only costing 1 gold, also triggering Tinkerbell and getting these free spells. It's all really nice. The weird compass coming in for the Seer Sphere. Interesting. I wonder what. I think we're just trying to target getting more bottled fairies. Is my bet?
Yeah, I think that makes the most sense. I'm still surprised we have our Baker's Rat around, just considering how much mana we have available to us. But
yeah, maybe that was part of the thought of getting rid of the Seer Sphere was not needing quite as much mana with that.
Mm-hmm.
These 2 rats hanging around. And there's your bottled fairy. We're going to sell the sword and the rats? Nope, the parrot goes. One of the rats, maybe?
Yeah, it has to be one of the rats.
That is going to be... It's a pirate map. Are we going to take the pirate map?
Okay, I like this. I like where this is going.
And there's Hekate's staff.
Oh
my goodness.
Ooh.
What a turn. And that's a 350 bottled fairy. Wow, okay.
Oh, man. I am very curious to see how people adjust to this in the future games, because this pan feels like we're probably going to see this every game. People are going to try and replicate it.
Yeah, this Peter Pan Milkwoman stuff is really, really powerful. And the fact that he's making it work really without Forbidden Grimoire, which is, I think, the biggest hit that you want on level 4 for doing this, just to make huge items with these bags that send Milkwoman to the moon. The fact that we're doing it without that is really impressive. I mean, this is a pretty convincing fluff board, but you saw that's already out in 8th. Fluff's unfortunately a little bit too counterable, I think. Just really easy to plop a couple of Succubus down on the board and maybe a Lorelei and kind of have your way with them. But
wow.
Do we even want this Acolyte triple?
I mean, it's not a terrible buy.
It does trigger the Tinkerbell again.
I mean, by buying the Acolyte, technically we're
going to take the prize pumpkin, which is interesting here. I do think it means we still very much want Forbidden Grimoire. But the magic bags, if we can make the magic bags and the spell book that we have, if we can get a bunch of stats on those, the potential for this prize pumpkin to just deliver heaps of stats to our board is huge. And for now, it's just giving us preserve.
And another magic bag.
Another magic bag or another spell book. It's a tough choice here. We're going for the
It's a
spell
spell
book. It
book.
looks like. Two
That's one of
really
those.
good options.
That's one of those times where you wish that spell allowed you to take 2 items, but
Yes, very much so.
that'd be a very overpowered spell. But curious to see.
Oh, there's a celery tea.
Oh,
Scary for this setup. Yeah, he's going to play his bigger radiant fairy, or sorry, his bigger bottle fairy on board to begin with, to make sure that at the very least, even if it does get hit with a celery tea, its stats will be on the board.
I think we're gonna see some people starting to transition into scam just to try and deal with these massive stats. Just
Yeah,
they're a problem.
yeah. If someone doesn't have big enough stats to get through this right now, they're gonna want to try to throw celery teas and tailors at the board.
Oh, someone's hunters.
That is hunters, and that's the OG hunters. There's no mermaidy and spyglass shenanigans there. They're just going straight. Try to get through these Hansels if you can.
Although
This scam, that stealth board looks very convincing as well.
with new hunters, how much did Mermaid's adjustment really affect it that much? I mean, and it still gets the entrance triggers correct from the spyglass, correct, or is that gone now?
It still works. It just takes a lot more steps to make it happen. Instead of being able to just put it on your board, yeah. And the Wizard of Oz tech into the Milkwoman was extremely effective for that fight. Really, just immediately took hundreds, if not thousands, of stats on the board from that Milkwoman boost, affecting those 2 fairies. So the stealth Wizard of Oz tech really effective for that fight. But no, I think the end game, like the full Exodia version of what the Spyglass Hunter comp can do, is pretty much still intact. I think the biggest difference is just, and I think we're about to see a double wolf bait on this rescue runner here, which is very interesting.
That's gonna be some big stats.
It is. It'd be a big wolf. It'd be a couple of big wolves.
As long as the Milkwoman doesn't get sniped like we saw last round.
Yeah. Moving the spell book before we do it to get stats on the fairies. Another rescue runner. Another Tinkerbell trigger. A bunch more spells, and there's a Smithy's hammer in the shop too, which is really nice.
We have so much stuff going for us board.
Yeah,
right
sorry,
now.
I'm still gonna answer that question, but
Yeah,
too much stuff. Richard's doing too much.
Yeah,
Richard needs to tone down his APM. Smithy's hammer's coming. I assume that we'll rummage because it's free, and why wouldn't you? See if there's any free spells in here. There's a furnace, but I don't think we have enough item stats to really use the furnace yet. Yeah, we're gonna.
Ooh, 2 radiant fairies.
2 more bottle fairies. Yeah, that's quite a hit. I think we're gonna maybe see some of these items get moved back to the Milkwoman for the fight. Yep. Yeah, Richard's got a lot going on. He's got items to manage. He's got all sorts of stuff to do. But I think we're seeing him getting it all in. And that is quite a hunter's board, too. Okay, so back to the spyglass thing.
Mm-hmm.
The endgame build that you can put together is basically the same. It's just a lot more difficult to get there, because instead of just being able to put your spyglass on a mermaidy and instantly have your entire board get big, you have to manage your tags. So you have to manage, do you want to keep your mermaidy good and then use it to try to buff up a bunch of good boys? Do you want to try to turn your mermaidy evil and then use it to buff up some scam things? So it just requires a bit more, there's just more steps to get to that sort of massive endgame state that the board inevitably wants to get to.
Mm-hmm.
So it still can be probably the strongest thing you can do in the game. It just takes a lot more time to get there, and you have to get a lot of lucky shots to get there also.
I mean, I was going through some of the stuff. I was thinking, what is it? It's a good pirate mage. I forget the fourth.
It is a royal monster instead of a mage. That was made, yeah. And we're seeing So we've gotten rid of the prize pumpkin for the Forbidden Grimoire. Really, I think that makes sense. Like you want the Grimoire for sure to scale the stats. I think if Richard Roman could have had it exactly their way, they would have had the Grimoire and then the pumpkin to scale the items, and then use prize pumpkin to make it so that your Milkwoman has massive stats. I think they just didn't have the opportunity to order in that way because the treasures didn't show up in that order. So that's, I think, why we've seen, unfortunately, prize pumpkin get removed for Grimoire, because he can't really afford to get rid of the spell discount and the mana that Odin's Ravens is giving him.
Oh yeah.
He's certainly not going to get rid of Hecate's staff at this point. So, just I think maybe not the order he wanted to do it in, but a very sensible order. I think we could be splitting these bags during the shop phase to try to maximize the Grimoire effects, but that's probably not the most necessary. I think at this point, if someone's beating this board, it's not going to be on stats. I think in terms of pure stats, we have the strongest board going in this game. I think it's a matter of, does someone assemble enough scam to just get and stay over the top of this, either by preventing these wolves from coming out, from sniping the Milkwoman. Like, there's lots of options for how someone can get over on scamming out some of these summons and getting some of those stats to not really matter.
Oh, that Guan Yin board, that's been staying steady at, what was it? It looked like 15 health for a long time.
Yeah,
It actually made. I wouldn't be surprised to see these two boards go down to the final two.
that would make some sense. Oh, that is a big good boy, though.
It is big.
The Philosopher's Stone on the Merlin with the upgraded Guinevere already. It's a big good boy. Oh, and good boy goes into the Lorelei. What an awful hit for Mimple and a great hit here for Richard Werman.
Ooh.
That is just so much health.
Well, we have a Chrono Crystal.
Yeah, there goes the Chrono Crystal. So much health taken off of Mimple's board with that hit. I'm betting we're going to see this Hooks cook. And there's the bags getting split up.
Oh man, there's so many spells.
So many spells, yeah. There's another Bottled Fairy. Interesting to see where this goes. Because he has to sell one more thing, because inside those wolves are rescue runners, and you can't have a full board and have rescue runners work. There's another rescue runner, too. I almost wonder if we start seeing, like, the Acolytes getting sold.
That's what I would think, too. Oh.
Now the Cooks. I think we're thinking that one cook is enough, considering we don't have that much mana. That's probably...
I'm surprised we're selling the bigger cook, though, versus smaller cook.
Well, I don't think either of them is probably going to be seeing the board anytime soon. I don't think Richard Roman is super concerned about that. I mean, objectively, you're correct, but I can see why he's not fixating on that. Free spell. What's it going on? Apollo? It's technically some retain, but I doubt it sees the board. I think he was deciding whether to cycle the beast out of the shop just to make it so that he doesn't see it again. Yeah, I think we're going to see this Milkwoman. No, another Bottled Fairy. We're selling the
Tinkerbell.
Interesting.
I didn't see that one coming.
I didn't either. Selling the Tinkerbell, okay. I think we've decided that we've had enough. I mean, it's probably true. These are probably just the treasures that we're going to have for the rest of the game.
So, but Tinkerbell was giving us gold, too.
Was giving us gold. I think his thought process is probably just that he has enough gold each turn to spend his mana, and that's really the thing that matters. There's another bag here, and yeah, I think we're longing for it.
Yeah. I figured we'd sell the unupgraded Acolyte at this point, just to maybe keep Tinkerbell a little longer, but I guess I can see it.
Imagine these Blackbeards are going to be pretty big. These fluff stats, yep. Especially the Doppelganger Diamond one. It keeps the stats of the first Blackbeard and then gets its own entrance a second time.
Do we have enough to serve?
I think we have enough to get through this.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, the Hurricane! I did not see Hurricane. Hurricane absolutely was the difference there.
Yeah.
And we're down to 2 health. Wow. You don't see Hurricane that often, but when Hurricane shows up and does what it wants to do, it is among the most impactful things in this game.
Yes.
More stats on the Milk Woman. More bag scaling during the shop phase. The cook here makes sense. I do think the awkward part is you really want to triple it before the end of the turn, so that you can have an empty board slot. Most heroes, if you're at 2 health, you really consider that soul absorption, but when you're Peter Pan, you don't have anything above a level 4 unless you want to eat one of these big wolves, and that doesn't seem to make a lot of sense at the moment. I wonder if we're just going to cycle this farm boy for some spells. Yep. Could deal with the devil. Give us a bunch more gold. It looks like we don't feel like we want it.
Nice upgrade, though.
It's a nice upgrade. Definitely a skip. It's a good enough spell and lock another magic bag, I assume.
That's what I think as well.
Man, that big hunter's board wound up in, what is it, 6th? Oof.
Wow, yeah. All these boards are just insane.
Yeah, we're game 1. We're already seeing some crazy comps getting built here. This is the good stuff.
Guan Yin looks like they took some damage as well. So I mean, we could come down to Sativri and Treasure Hamster.
Yeah, and that Savitri was near the bottom of the lobby for a long time as well.
It was.
Oh, okay. This is a ghost board. That makes a lot more sense. The mirror on the wall missing was a rough hit, but that is a ghost board. So I imagine Richard Berman planned for that while we were not paying attention, or at least while I was not paying attention.
Oh, Guan Yin is taken out. The scam board is gone.
I think these hurricane fluffs are really putting in a bunch of work. Is what I think that's the hamster board, unless I misremembered.
I think you're right.
Magic Scarf Hunters over there. Buying a Lorelei. That is a lot of magic bags.
That is.
Really, I mean, Hurricane is like one of the only things that this board didn't want to see. If your Milkwoman still has Iron Will and your Acolytes still have ranged, there's not a lot that has enough stats to get through this. The Cold Beer spell gives some extra preserve, but I don't know if you really need it at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're gonna start seeing the Acolytes get sold just because. I mean, if that Hurricane's there, I mean, you're not really doing anything.
That is true. Another about fairy that it looks like he's looking at.
Probably cast the Candy Cane on the shop, I'm guessing here.
Huh. Would make sense.
Like probably on we have a Hooks Cook in here again, so I mean, is there any way to buy that Hooks Cook this turn? I'm not seeing one.
Probably not. And I do think the spells have more value next turn.
Actually,
yeah, this Hurricane is a real problem.
Yeah. And
I don't think this hunter board is an issue. I think we're fine
Yeah.
on the hunter board, which could be. I mean, I could be entirely wrong, but what are we looking here?
Oh, no!
And that's hopefully they can get back before the timer comes up, because that was a full board as well with those rescue runners in place. That would be really unfortunate.
All right, we should be getting back soon. It looks like we're down to feel. All right, and we're back with.
So it looks like Richard Werman survived because they're still in this game.
And I'm guessing it was a tie based on their health not changing.
Based on the health, yeah. Which, I mean, I'm glad they survived, because that would have been a really unfortunate way to go out. So we're on this huge Infinity Hurricane Doppelganger Diamond, passing on that Blackbeard.
Ooh.
I wonder what we're going for instead. There's a Will Charm in that shop too that would have been. Oh, I guess not with Hurricane. I'm thinking playing fluffs normally, where you really want that Will Charm, which gives Iron Will to your fluffs so that they don't succubus into one another or run into a Lorelei and die. But when you have Hurricane, your own Iron Will doesn't really matter. So that would...
Yeah, and I think also Richard would be having issues with his board because succubus is a level 5 character, and he can only get up to level 4.
That is one of the limitations of Pan. Like, the thing that you really, really do want to buy to make this board start running into itself and countering itself is something that Richard Werman does not have access to very easily.
Not just that, Celerity also is level 5, but it looks like Richard's about to get one of his characters Celertied. And with 6 on his board, there's a 1 in 6 chance it hits his big milk woman.
Yeah.
Which is greater than 1 in 7 chance.
That it is. Yeah, oh, he did have that parrot on board with that crash. Looks like he survived it, though, but that is quite unfortunate. I wonder if at this point, Feel Right is just rolling for Cersei's Cup on pretty much every turn. Like, if they feel like their board is pretty much solved for.
Yeah.
See where this cup hits. Hits an Acolyte, which is one of the best hits Richard Werman could have asked for.
Yeah.
One of the Blackbeards runs into the Lorelei. Wow, it looks like Richard Werman's figured this out. That is...
Oh!
Gosh, that is lethal into third with a monstrous fluffs board, but
I did not.
Richard Werman found the tech.
And it looks like we're going back to Richard.
Yeah, we are. Richard Werman found the big tech that he needed, coming back from the game issue.
As well as dropping Grimoire for the Chrono Crystal as well.
Right. I had not clocked that. I get why he did it. It's a bit, I feel like he probably wishes he didn't have to do it, but at this point in the game, it does make a lot of sense to make that trade-off. Another magic bag. That is more stats. I wonder at this point if you get rid of the Siren Lorelei, largely because a lot of these hunters that he's up against have Iron Will, and they're not necessarily going to really be impacted as much by that Lorelei. So
yeah,
yep. And there we're seeing the Lorelei looks like it's about to get sold.
Yeah, and especially with that last board, the Fluffs board, that was just the board he didn't have Scam for. And if you're gonna buy a Scam unit as Peter Pan, the Lorelei I think's your best Scam unit, other than maybe upgraded Joker.
Yeah, the Fool. The Fool, if you get it upgraded, is really nice, but it's pretty hard to find that on Peter Pan, largely just because you're not buying it early. So
Yep.
if you're not buying the Fool early, the odds of you finding 3 of them late are pretty slim. So
Yeah.
looks like we've sold one of our acolytes now, which I think makes a decent amount of sense. Um, Man, this is just a big Peter Pan Milkwoman board. Getting through that Hurricane board was absolutely huge. Um, it does feel like the harder of the opposing boards is out of the way from the
Still
top.
18 health and an extra life is going to be a lot to go through, but
Yeah, that is the issue. Is that Sir Strat has a lot of time to try to find something that works here with all this health and with that Savage recharge. Man, and Mimic Magic Scarf. These are just enormous handfuls, but we can just see here it just didn't matter. That Milkwoman is so big.
what's interesting though is on the Sativri board, we only have 72 base hero power. So I mean,
Yeah,
we're not really scaling it that much. And I
yeah.
mean,
There's not a Dr. Watson over there. There's
nope.
not. Yeah, you're right.
Unless Watson was on the bench from earlier, but I mean, at this point, I
It's hard to
struggle to
find.
see.
Yeah, it's hard to find a time to play a Watson now, and yeah,
Yeah.
the lack of scaling is a problem. So it feels like they maybe need to get into some scam. Not
Or
really sure. Ooh, and there's a celery tea. That is
oh,
celery
that
tea in
is
hunters is devastating. So
yes.
much of hunters are auras and dying breaths. So getting a celery tea into that is pretty big. Looks like Richard Roman's going to speculate maybe on a chair, which makes a lot of sense because the hunter board does have enough stats where they can have a flying. I guess they would need a man. They don't have enough stats. They would need like a Sherlock Holmes to die first, which then makes a Gretel big enough to fly into the Milkwoman. But I think the assessment that Richard Werman is making here is that his board is big enough to win. So the only thing he really needs to do is just at all costs protect this hardworking Milkwoman. And so that's, I think, why we're seeing the back protector. It's not necessarily about like how do I get as many stats as possible on this
Mm-hmm.
board. It's how do I make absolutely sure at all costs that this hardworking Milkwoman doesn't have anything bad happen to it, whether it's a tailor, whether it's just like a big flying Gretel. So I think that's what we're seeing the chair for.
Wait, did we just get rid of our?
We did. The celery tea is no longer a celery tea. It is now a giant permanent royal phoenix, which is pretty spicy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, while I was blabbing on, there was I think it was an unstable transformation, but it
Yeah,
might
there
have been
was.
you into that.
Yeah.
Um,
Oh, and we're dropping the back.
I think the back protector might be out already. Back protector is already out.
It's crazy to see the amount of transformations these boards go through just in one turn.
Yeah. Yeah, the classic turn 24, 100, 100 golden hooks cook on the board. That's what you're normally expecting to see, but it was the best thing available.
Yeah.
Especially just because all these other giant bald fairies are getting spat out of these rescue runners. And that is going to knock the revive charge away from Sir Strat.
I mean, though, Richard though is one KO away from also first or second.
Yeah.
So.
Well, we got a Chrono Crystal, so we're at least.
Oh, we do. I forgot about that.
Yeah, we gave up our Grimoire for the Chrono Crystal, so we're at least okay for a while. But it looks like. Yeah, it looks like if in the absence of some celery teas, I do think this one seems like it's pretty much out of hand on pure stats. That or like a flying tailor.
Yeah.
I almost wonder if that pocket egg is going to go on the Milkwoman before the start of this fight. Yeah, Richard Roman just scooping up pocket eggs just for like a one turn, let me survive a fight situation. We might see this pirate gunner for a couple of spells, but at this point, I don't really know if that's necessary. I think we're just ahead.
Yeah, I just don't know how we get this board countered right now. I mean, I'm sure there's ways, but without seeing the bench of Sir Strat, I mean,
Yeah.
Hard to tell. Which they also may have been brewing up something on the bench to hide it.
Could be. I
Very,
mean, that's their hope, is that there's something loitering back there that's a threat. Yeah, the pocket egg goes on the Milkwoman, and there's another one on the Phoenix as well. So I think we're seeing insurance against the possibility that something is being cooked up in terms of a flying unit. Because even now, if somebody has a flying Tailor, hits the Milkwoman goes down to 0.6 or 0.3 stats. No, 0.6, but then it still lives because the pocket egg prevents it from actually taking the damage from the Tailor. So
but she
at this
still
point,
keeps her boost, right?
yeah, and then the boost
Yeah.
still stays, exactly. So the flying Tailor is now not quite as big of a deal here, just because the Milkwoman would still provide its boost.
Yeah, the only thing I think that could get us is a celery tea.
Yeah, flying celery tea, really any sort of celery tea. A
Oh.
succubus is interesting. We do see Sir Strat picked up Hurricane, so it looks like everybody has realized that Hurricane is part of the answer to this. But unfortunately, the Hurricane's also affecting those Grettles, and there's just not enough stats here.
No.
The attack order never got to the back row, so the Milkwoman never attacked into something. So Hurricane didn't affect it, and that is a GG. That is a Richard Worman first place on Peter Pan to start the day.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see, especially with how people played, very life oriented, trying to keep this. Honestly, everybody's with Micro Crystal, if you see it. It's just too important to keep. The longer you're in this game, the more chance you have at points. That's huge here.
Yeah.
Richard getting 10 points here, Sir Strat getting 8, and Field getting 7.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, those top threes are huge to start the day. I mean, you always want to win the game, but if you're Sir Strat, you're still feeling pretty good about your current position in the same
Exactly.
field, right?
Because it is the first to 19, and so you have to get 2 wins essentially to guarantee it in the first 2 games. So Richard wins game 2. Richard will be live while the other players are trying to get to that 19 threshold.
Yes. Yeah. Richard's the only person that can be live for game 3. So the possibility that this day 2 of the tournament ends in 3 games lies solely in the hands of Richard Worman at this point. You have to sweep the next 2 in order to end the tournament in 3 games. But other than that, in the absence of that happening, other people are going to have a chance in games 4 and onward to be live and to have a chance to win and end things.
So yeah, it just felt like a very, very diverse meta. I mean, you played day 1, correct? Or
I did not play day 1 this month. I was unavailable, so I took the one off.
yeah, I don't remember seeing much stealth or anything. Well, there was, I think, one little bit of stealth board, but
yeah. All right, it looks like we're gonna have a tiny break between games 1 and 2, so we're gonna kick it to a little break right now, and we'll be right back with game 2 of day 2 of the May monthly tournament.
Welcome back to day number 2 of the May monthly tournament. What were your thoughts on that game number 1 we saw there?
Well, I think you asked right before we started
Yep.
um, what the comps we were going to see were going to be, and I suspected stuff like stealth, maybe some dogs, maybe some boost, and we saw none of that, of course, which just shows how smart I am. Instead, we saw Peter Pan making a giant milk woman. We saw a bunch of fluffs. We saw a bunch of hunters. Right? Really, just entirely not what I expected, but just a really interesting set of comps that we saw. Um, and it'll be interesting to see if that continues to be a pattern, or if we just have a day 2 where it's just scattershot comps and people are just playing what shows up in their shops as opposed to really focusing in on anything in particular. So that was my lasting impression of that first game. Was just like I made a guess as to what we might see, and we saw none of it. Which, of course, it was going to be that way. But we'll
Yeah.
see now what happens as we go into game number 2 here. And we're following Sir Strat. We're giving Richard Roman a break from us being over his shoulder. Following Sir Strat after his second place finish in the first lobby, and here we see a hero select, which for me is a pretty clear Guan Yin, and it looks like Sir Strat agrees.
Yeah, I agree here as well. I mean, although Wayward Sisters and Morgan Le Fay, I mean, you could try and repeat what Richard did and cast a bunch of spells. So those could be an opportunity to really cast some spells. So, I mean, spells is always a very safe meta. And also, just Guanyan treasures. It feels like spells and treasures. I mean, that's the basis of this game, I really feel like, in
Yeah.
taking what you're given. If you try and force something, I think you're just forcing too much sometimes, and then you just end up in a bad spot.
And Lady Justice there. Oh, it looks like we're remaking the lobby. It looks like someone didn't quite get in. So unfortunately,
Oh,
this Guan Yin pick doesn't seem like it's going to come through. But yeah, I mean, I think even Lady Justice from that
yep.
selection just got buffed, right? So if you want to play like an aura tempo line, that would be a way to go about doing it. But yeah, I think rumor has it we're remaking the lobby. Although it looks like Sir Strat seems to be playing here.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
I think it's up for debate. I'm seeing in Discord there's a debate happening. It looks like we're refiring the lobby.
yeah.
We're starting this one over again. So hopefully Sir Strat is as happy with their next hero choice as they were with this one. But well, it looks like they're gunning for first place in the remake lobby here.
Yep. Keep going until they tell you to stop.
The last one out.
Oh, this will not technically count as for points, but it looks like Dick Point Bro got fourth. Will not get any points for that fourth.
Oh, and there's the first, right?
Hey!
Didn't need to back out. Everybody else backed out, and we see a first. Congrats to Sir Strat. 18 points on the day for Sir Strat. No, we're gonna get a new lobby. They're gonna be still at 8. We're gonna start this one over again.
You have a great opportunity to see, how many of these heroes will be retained from that last one, or if we get completely different ones. Any predictions on what you think Sir Strat might get for their 4 hero selections?
I mean, if you want to make your case.
I'm going to call it right now. We're going to see a Pan again. I'm going to say Pan,
Okay.
Hammy, one of the pigs. I'm going to say Pig Gambler,
Okay.
and something like, probably like Odysseus.
Okay. Who'd you be taking out of that group?
Hammy. I mean, I see Hammy take Hammy. For me, that's no questions for me.
Yeah, I'm probably the only person on planet Earth that would be taking Odysseus from that select, but I think I would. It's quite the select you've given. I mean, you're tempting fate with a really good set of heroes. So hopefully Sir Strat is satisfied with what you've summoned for them.
Yeah. I always make a prediction. It's always going to be, I always pick Hammy no matter what for a prediction. I don't care what it is. I'm always saying it's going to be there because that's what I want. And then I say it's going to be something I don't want so like probably one of the pigs. Uh, I do like pig mare though. That's one of my favorite ones to pick. Then what else? I always pick like a treasure one, like that's every time like Wanyan or Odysseus always comes up, and then I picked Pan because I bet we might see 2 Pan games in a row. That's just my prediction. Just
Us
fate.
following 2 pan games in a row. That makes sense. Yeah, I mean that's again. I would be perfectly content with that selection on day 2. So we'll see if Sir Stratus is happy with the options they get for. I believe we're just about to refire this game 2 lobby here. So
Yeah. And also in chat, exclamation mark crystals will give you the code for the May monthly tournament. It is monthly dash May. Claim your 4K crystals, which can get you a free hero in game or 8 different rerolls to try and get your favorite hero in the game. So I mean, just keep rerolling until you get exactly what you want. I mean, I can't complain.
yeah, yeah. I mean, ever since the reroll feature has been put in the game, I've been burning through some of my crystals.
Yes.
We'll see what Sir Strat gets here. Brave Cricket, Fisher King, Daedalus, and Dionysus. Pretty solid options.
Yeah.
If it's me, I'm probably taking Fisher King here, but it looks like Daedalus is the pick. A very strong pick. I think Daedalus is probably, in my opinion, one of the more underrated heroes. So it's interesting to see Sir Strat going for it right away in a pretty
Yeah.
good hero selection.
Treasures are always a good thing. And as we saw on that last game of Richard, Richard went from 0 treasures to 4 in one turn. He could only keep 3,
Yeah.
but treasures, they matter.
Yeah. And
Whereas,
if you're Daedalus, you can keep 4. And that's one of the things
exactly.
Daedalus can do is you just have an advantage in the end game. If you make it to the end game, you have an inherent advantage of you get one more treasure than everybody else.
Right. So I'm curious to
See
see
what we've got. Okay,
how
we've
Sir
got
Strat plays this game. Oh, I mean, it makes sense here. You
yeah.
know, just try and keep health. The sheep is just always a good option.
Yeah, I mean, we saw a bunch of fluff players in that last lobby, so it could just be that Sir Strat thinks today is fluff day.
Yes,
Uh,
I myself always see on turn 2.0, I say, this is my opening board, and I try as hard as possible to force it. Also surprised we're not keeping a lock here for that spell just to get 3 characters going into turn 2.
that is what I was going to say. That Lizard Recruiter pair with the Demons deal is something
Mm-hmm.
that I might have been tempted to keep, but it looks like we're going to look for something a little better here. Going to get a couple of Parrots or free roll if we're not a fan of this shop.
Would you say that they're a parrot?
uh, if I must, I would say that they are a Parrots.
But yeah, the using all your mana and all your gold early turns is always crucial,
Yeah.
especially since these games are so tight right now. So I mean,
+1/1 spell is probably not really what you wanted to use that last gold on. I think you'd preferably have gotten a 1-cost item out of that.
yeah,
Unfortunately, the free roll, the first shop and the shop after the free roll, neither of them had it, which is just sort of unfortunate for you.
yeah,
The beast in this shop is interesting, as is the Ella. I might be tempted to lock this, but I can totally see the argument for not doing so, right? Like, they don't
yeah.
really provide tempo. Um, that's just if you're comfortable playing, like, I'm just going to get a bunch of level 2
Oh,
treasures
damage.
and doing some damage early and into an Odin, which means Odin has probably had some unfortunate spells show up in their shop.
Yeah,
Not really getting the maximum value out of that hero power early on. And here we're going to see an Elaine and a second Retriever, a second Snowball here. So this board has pretty good stats and just like solid stage 2 tempo. So this Pig Entrepreneur, we'll see if they're greeding too much. They might take some damage if they've really refused to buy characters out of the shop, even with their X3 hero attack. So
Pig Entrepreneur is not a character I am very good with.
it is. It's fun. You can have some really bad times if you're on 5.0 and you have 24 gold and just nothing shows up for you. Those are the rough games with Big Entrepreneur. But if you can thread the needle, it's pretty exciting on ladder. It's a lot harder to do in these sort of tougher tournament lobby games where you don't have the opportunity to greed as much. Because Pig Entrepreneur, the one thing it really wants to do is greed, And if everybody's got really good tempo on their boards early, it's really, really hard to keep greeting on Big Entrepreneur.
Yeah, and especially with, I feel like, especially in these monthly tournaments, how conservative you have to play. Although we do have some the more aggressive players that are really able to take advantage of these characters that do utilize some very advanced mechanics here, especially like Big Entrepreneur.
Looks like Synesthesia lost their Cursed Rose, if I was counting correctly from that last combat.
Yeah.
We're going to take an Acolyte, and we're going to sell the Elaine for the Cat Box, which I think opens us up to take this Blizzard. We are taking the Blizzard. Blizzard makes it so that, I mean, the Elaine would have died to the Blizzard, so you don't worry about having that anymore. Nothing on this board dies to losing 1 health. And it looks like they scatter Richard Werman's board, and there is a beast that we can maybe snipe. And the Blizzard also provides some scaling to this Elaine, or not this Elaine, this Acolyte.
Although, what could be interesting though, if Richard or if the Aladdin player is able to get a wave off, if they go first, they may be able to trigger. No, they won't, because the cats will be 3/3s, so they'll even survive that.
Yes. Yeah, these snowball stats really early on, if you get some summons going, like, it's pretty impressive as far as tempo goes. So it looks like Surstrat's in a pretty solid position to stay healthy for a while. And we'll see if they keep up with this sort of cat token line that they're in. We're locking. So I think we might be locking for this Squire Roshi here.
That's what I was thinking too.
To allow us to put some extra stats on these summons. Richard Werman manages to skate by with the Farm Boy and Impatient Farmer combination, which is just a lot of stats early.
And a second cat box.
Second cat box is crazy here. This board has so much early tempo, especially with both of these cat boxes being supported by the Squire Roshi now.
Although we have a little bit of a weird orientation we have to set our board state in, just based on where everything wants to be. I think nothing really wants to be. Well, you want to probably your ranged in 1, but you really have to put your Squire in 5 there, just based on the auras from the snowballs.
Yeah, I think that's the balance. I think you could go either way. You could probably move the Roshi into 6 and put the Acolyte into 1, and that would also work. I mean, I suspect in terms of how many stats this board is putting down, and how many powerful tokens they have to get through, that they're going to be in a pretty good spot here. Although they are facing an Odysseus the turn that they get their first treasure. So if Odysseus hits something like a Steadfast Statue, they could start putting some pretty big stats on the board themselves in a hurry. Or even, any of the mage treasures. There's a whole lot of things. A Silent Bell would be pretty impressive. There's lots of things that can be really interesting here for Odysseus to have picked up on 3.
So let's see what treasure Odysseus just got.
A storybook. So that's something that'll come in handy for them later on once they start getting some higher caliber characters. And the Chameleon gets sniped, and it looks like we're going to see some damage being dealt to Odysseus here. Let's see, that's an interesting shot. That Spyglass might be tempting. The Present is tempting if you want to take just the complete gamble.
Honestly, though, I think if you do anything, I think you lock for Present there, just because once you go into 4, you'll be spending 3 gold for a 4-mana character.
That is true.
Or 4 gold character.
Let's see. Not satisfied with the shop so far, and I can't blame them.
Yeah.
I pick up the sword here.
Yeah, at least cycle it, just so that way you.
Letting the sword go.
I mean, I don't see a reason for us to have Moonlight, but cycling that sword there, it at least gives you the ability to have Moonlight on the level 4 Holy Mage.
Celine? Yeah. Celine. Looks like we're banking this Chameleon to try to throw it in slot 1, supported by this Roshi next turn, which is, I do like that as a play. Trying to cheat out an early level 5 unit, which might provide you some direction so that you have a chance as the game goes on to really build into something specifically.
Yeah, not just direction, just a huge advantage, honestly.
Also true. So we're
And I
seeing
think,
here the Guan Yin player looks like they hit
ooh,
Atlantis on 3.1, which also, I mean, not many things provide you really early direction, but that is one of them. If you get
yeah,
Atlantis really early and you have a chance to build into it into some Triton stuff, like that can be fearsome in the end game if you get the right treasure set up to go around it.
yeah.
Looks like we're looking for. What are we looking at in this shot? I think I saw the mouse hovering. Oh, we're going to take this Tengu. What else do we want here? Might just take the spell because you have one gold left.
Yeah.
Is what we're going to see.
Yeah, just
Chameleon
return.
comes out. So both of these Chameleon and this Tengu really want to be in slot 1, which is a bit awkward here, but
I mean,
it'll be interesting to see if they find a way to get both of those onto the board.
just depends on what the opponent's board is. I mean, I didn't have a chance to see their backline or if we've even looked at it yet.
Yeah, I think we got a brief look. I'm not sure. I didn't capture exactly what was going on there. Really prioritizing this Tengu here, it looks like.
I think you have to put the chameleon in just because I think the snowballs are just losing value very fast.
Yeah. I think you can also make a case that the second cat box should be somewhere. I'm not exactly sure where, but you can make that argument as well.
Yeah.
Now,
Oh,
these
and
snowballs, we saw them early on putting in a whole lot of work, but I mean, that last fight, it did feel like you could tell that they had lost a little
mhm.
bit of a step in terms of how much value they were providing.
Yeah. Just I feel like the gap between 3 and 4 is just so big for these level 2 characters, especially the ones that just don't scale.
Yeah. So we're seeing, are we going to see a tie? We're seeing a tie. Perfect
Ooh.
tie.
Good thing we took that hero power.
Yeah. Yes. The Tengu got itself a sleigh. So we have that scaling going. Ooh, that is a golden cat box. That is a great pickup here, in my opinion. We have
Ooh,
Hat, Sphere, and Bean. Some pretty interesting choices.
well, if we take Bean, we can get a 4 drop to start out and have 4 treasure slots, or we can go to one of the other two and become mages.
That is true. Those are gonna see the
That's
Bean
not.
over the Wand. So we have a discounted spell here. It's going straight on the Acolyte. I wonder if we start seeing. Yep. The
Yeah. Although the snowballs are a little bit dangerous here because if we do take a second one without that, we can pop our bean, which
we could
will.
have the Bean with Snowball, which is not what we would want. Let's see what we got. Looks like this is what we're happy with.
Yeah, it's definitely. It feels like we're looking for a meta, which this is, in my opinion, level 4 is the hardest level in this game because it's very easy to start taking a lot of damage and get yourself behind if you can't get into a strong build or at least a build with enough stats.
Yeah, I think it's one of the first points in the game that you can really fall behind.
Hmm.
Um, I don't think we're at that point. Certainly,
I
I
don't
think
think so
that's in a pretty
either.
good spot. Especially they have Hat and an Acolyte going. The Acolyte, they just added some toughness onto it.
Yeah.
So it looks like we're in a pretty good spot in terms of tempo. Though we'll see how many fights this Sisyphus has lost. It looks like not too many, but those are some big horse thieves. That it looks like. Oh,
Ooh, that's a lot of damage.
that is somebody's cat box in 7 just coming out at the wrong time. That is a lot of tokens dealing a lot of damage here. We're gonna buy the second chameleon. We are gonna buy the second chameleon. I wonder if we're looking to triple this before we try to flip it into something else. So we're gonna take this spell.
Yeah, stats are always a good thing.
The
I
spell means that next turn the Crystal Lotus will provide an extra blizzard as soon as
Yeah.
something gets bought.
I mean, honestly, I know it's a 10-5. But I feel like we gotta. I feel like at this point the cat box needs kissed or something.
I might be tempted to put the cat box in 7 to try to do basically what we saw Gabby do last fight.
Mm-hmm.
Let the cat box cover and let your range stuff in the back get extra hits. But it looks like we're going to do another roll and we're going to take another spell. So it looks like we're really going in on these mages right now.
Yeah. I think, yeah,
Makes some
mages.
sense. You have a hat. You have a handful of them on board already.
Yeah, I think especially hitting those food stats, I think that's very crucial here. Just its stats are so vital in this game. I mean, obviously that's how you win, but
yeah, it should help prevent us from taking any damage in this next fight. Against Odin, which is a hero that can have early tempo. It looks like this Odin has struggled with some early tempo, unfortunately.
Yeah.
They just must not have gotten really the spells that they've wanted to see so far. So we'll see what they're cooking up once this next combat starts. Another horse thief. A lot of big horse thieves coming around.
Yeah.
Bunch of mages, so it looks like they're using mages to feed a horse thief. Interesting setup here. Oh, and just barely taking damage to that horse thief, even with that spell. That's rough. Here we can cycle a potato for a free blizzard. I might be tempted to take the succubus.
I would be taking the succubus here. Just didn't.
Looks like we're pretty set on just flinging spells. I think that's what we're going to be seeing a lot of. Maybe put some additional health on this acolyte here.
I think at this point we may need to consider taking that 2020 demon.
I think we're trying to scope out what exactly the plan is for these chameleons. There's got to be a plan in there somewhere. I wonder if it's just like taking the chameleon as a treasure line. Yeah. Synesthesia looks like they have, that's a pretty big kappa they've got floating around.
And we locked. It looks like we locked for an arc.
Or we're locking for the yellow bark if we're trying to like get into a full plant setup. Try to keep casting God Rays. I would be tempted here to maybe even, if we're really going to play plants, you might want to sell for it now because the yellow bark would have sunbathing with a free blizzard.
Isn't it just too late though potentially for that yellow bark?
I think it is. I just don't know if that's what we're going for.
I mean, also I guess Whimsy here with the fairy godmother could be.
I can see the godmother. It's a nice range thing that scales as you cast spells. Yeah, I'm curious what the lock here is for. So I guess we'll all find out.
Could be both, to be honest.
It also could be just the Lotus pair if we're just trying to find more pairs to find more mage treasures. It could just be that that's what we're hunting.
But I guess haven't we? I guess Spellseer would be our. Well, actually, we'd pop Bean for the 4-drop.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's a big kappa.
There's an Admiri in the back. Well, there was an Admiri in the back.
Ooh.
More damage here to Synesthesia. Synesthesia with a steadfast statue and an Admiri. Looks like there might be some dwarf happenings going on over there. We'll see what goes on in this turn. Looks like we're taking the Narcissus here. Trying to flip our Bean into a 6, as he mentioned. Taking a second Book Mage. I feel like the Squire might need to get cut at some point. And there's another Narcissus, so we'll see what they're gonna.
Do we have enough to get it?
Oh, it's a rough sell 5. Yeah, they're just gonna take the poison apple.
Well, the question is, do we even get a C next turn? Because
that is a good question. We're all about to find out.
I'd almost consider dropping the cat box. I feel like it's become a liability at this point.
I might just drop the Roshi, put like the Narcissus in 4, the cat box in 7, and hope that it covers for your acolyte getting hits.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we're keeping the acolyte alive longer, but
yeah. I mean, let's see what they've got. That is
not looking good.
That is, you're hoping you're either sniping the Milkwoman with that Tengu, or you're just hoping that you're able to make it so that the rescue runners die before those Long John Silvers.
Can we snipe the
Surviving.
Tengu unless we hit the poison apple on the Milkwoman? Didn't the Milkwoman have a little bit too much stats to survive the Tengu?
Yeah, the poison apple hitting one of those Long John Silvers would go a long way too, making it so a
Yeah.
few stats come out of those rescue runners. Let's see what the apple's gonna hit. It's the rescue runner, which is probably the worst hit here. Although, no, the rescue runner gets a bunch of stats. It looks like we're out. GG. That is it's mage has gone wrong, unfortunately. Just didn't quite find enough pairs to make things work. So
Yes.
see who we're gonna hop on over to next. We were just spectating Richard Worman before, so I'm reluctant to go right back to them. So let's see.
Yeah, same.
Let's see who's cooking in here.
Oh, so we're going to Broshi.
Like we're going to Broshi, so let's see what Broshi's got happening. Broshi's got a lot of level 5 treasures to pick from.
Oh man.
That is Bottled Ship into Fisher King, I think, and they're going to take the Garlic Surprise over the Carnival Masks. So we had Gemini. Wow, we came in at a crazy time. Gemini into Carnival Masks, into hitting Fisher King, Sphinx, and Good Leprechaun. We had Bottled Ship, so the Fisher King gave us 5 options, and we took a Garlic Surprise. I assume the Garlic Surprise is because, unfortunately, we're at 5 health.
Yeah.
Trying to not perish here. I wonder if this Dr. Watson is going to be something we're considering with this Garlic Surprise now. Looks like not. There's another Matt Oblivion Seeker, which I'm betting is going to be a pickup here.
Yeah. I mean, also, we're starting to see a stealth board here. I'm curious what the other boards were as well. I guess we saw some horse thieves on some of the other boards.
There's been a lot of horse thieves, just like a lot of big tempo horse thieves.
It's good. I always keep it too long and make my board weak on accident with horse thief. But
there's a lot of good ways to use it.
There are many very good ways.
And this is quite the shop we're seeing here.
Oh.
The Narcissus lets us, with Gemini, also pair off the Mad Oblivion Seeker.
Yeah.
Which is not something I'd seen. Kudos to them for seeing that when they did. Looks like we're going to take the Philosopher's Stone to upgrade this Dracula to give us some extra stats for this fight. I wonder if we're going to buy this Twig. No, we're going to buy this Mat. And we're going to cast a free Great Wave.
What, we came at the perfect time.
I think we're locking this Dark Twig too. So this looks, this is the makings of a full stealth setup. And a pretty convincing one. We've just got to survive against one of these big horse thieves again, these big horse thief boards, and it looks like we're going to be able to do that.
Not just that, we're going to do some damage.
Bro now down to pretty much one hit away from their day being over. Siren Lorelei is interesting as well, although that is a stealthed Tailor with the Steadfast statue, so it's got some stats now, but I wonder if we buy the Lorelei and summon it into slot 4 for this fight, which has the downside of it doesn't have Iron Will because you're summoning it, but it does make it so that if that Tailor is still in slot 1, that it doesn't pretty much neutralize the Lorelei.
Well, the Tailor will hit the pirate, so I mean, like, it's not the worst hit.
It would not be the worst hit. Looks like we're buying the Celery Tea. That looks like a skip.
Yeah.
So there's a Mermaidy, which is something that endgame stealth does want. I don't know if they want it yet. Well, yeah, it looks like right now what they really want is to find a Mustang. A Shadow Lord Mustang is really what would take it to the next level. I wonder what we're buying.
We're buying the that's what I was thinking. You know, it has to be Archdemon, doesn't it?
The Archdemon with this Philosopher's Stone Count Dracula is a ton of stats. It's just huge tempo, especially with the Celery Tea, which is a spicy buy. And it looks like we have a free rummage, so we could start doing Sphinx stuff in this last minute. We have like a full rummage worth of free spells that we could consider buying here. So we'll see if Broshi gets to it. They want the Aura Amplifier, apparently, based on their mouse. But that Aura Amplifier stays in the shop if you cast that rummage.
Yeah.
So you can cast the rummage, fling as many free spells as you want, and then lock the Aura Amplifier if that's what you're doing. But it looks like they also think that if they buy the Aura Amplifier next turn, maybe, they could then buy perhaps the Cabbage Merchant, which would take them down to 0 gold and 1 mana, and then they could do the rummage at that time. Just hitting Sphinx on that extra treasure is a really nice hit. And the Celery Tea does its job, takes out the Duelist without getting any summons. That's going to be some damage.
Yeah.
Pretty big hit there to Synesthesia. Synesthesia now also one hit away from this game being over from them.
Yeah. I believe we started out as Gemini, correct?
Yes, this was a start as Gemini game. Symbol of Unity here. Very nice hit. So now they can sell 2, buy the Aura Amplifier, and get a free rummage, which it looks like might be what we're about to see here. Especially because that Count Dracula now has, the Dracula has Philosopher's Stone in addition to now having Symbol of Unity. Looks like Gabby does have a Celery Tea themselves, so you wonder if you're going to see this Duelist get moved.
Well, I mean, the Duelist is going to get hit regardless.
Yeah, it's more, can you play the Twig maybe? Have that get some extra stats. Although really at this point, the biggest issue with that is that if their Celery Tea hits the Mad Oblivion Seeker, then you suddenly have no summons.
Well, if you just switch 2 and 4, you can put the Duelist in 2 and then take the damage on the Melusine.
Yeah.
You're just stats at that point.
Yes. This free Cersei's Cup also looks like it's going to be pretty threatening here. To Mischievous Bruni, interesting to see the pure sort of evil tempo hero get picked and to be at the top of the lobby.
Yeah, that free Celery Tea is going to be it's going to hit something good.
Yeah. Yeah, Broshi really in a pretty convincing spot here to be able to do sort of a combination of demons and stealth.
Yep.
Looks pretty convincing as we're heading into the game. I mean, we've seen them now in 2 straight fights take someone down to being basically 1 hit away from being out of the lobby. So they're not just stable, they're doing damage to people, which is a great spot.
And you know, it doesn't matter if you win with 4 health or 30 health. A win is a win.
That is true.
Although one's a little bit more comforting.
Yeah. You feel a bit less nervous when one of them is happening. Let's see how this next combat goes. That Symbol of Unity was quite the hit on this Twig triple. What's Cersei's Cup gonna hit?
Ooh, and the Archdemon.
It's a decent number of stats off the board. Becomes the Twig. Oh, and the Twig is in sunlight because they cast God Rays, which makes it a light Twig.
Wow.
Which is a bunch of stats because it's getting stats from the Dracula. That is not something that I saw coming.
I did not
either.
Very
nice result from hitting God Rays on that rummage spell shot. I was fully expecting to see a Dark Twig come out of the Duelist, and it very much did not. That was a light Twig.
That was a lot of stats too.
It was very big.
This board feels very nice.
There's a lot of scam happening in this lobby. Looks like this is the scam game for everyone. It's another Duelist. It really feels like we still want Mustang here.
So for all these people playing scam, who's going to adjust out of scam?
Or who's going to play the version of scam that's just, I have 17 Celery Teas. Celery Tea is the ultimate anti-scam card, so we'll see what comes of all that. There was also a Fate Scissors on that board. The Atlantis, it looks like that they took earlier, they haven't really used. Very interesting positions. This will be interesting to see, because like this board both does and doesn't really want Mustang.
Yeah.
Because like you could go into full stealth. You have an upgraded Dark Twig. You have an upgraded Matt Oblivion Seeker.
Well,
but now that you have this symbol of unity and the Philosopher's Stone and the Dracula and the Aura Amplifier, like, does Mustang give you more stats?
yeah, I mean, the real question here is since everybody's going into scam,
Well, there it is.
Yeah.
I think they want it, judging by what they did with their mouse there.
Yeah. I mean, it's going to come down to, I think, who has just the biggest Dracula, it feels like, in the end of the game, or who can just knock out a lot of these Draculas.
It looks like they want this. They might just, like, buy one of these 2 costs. Yeah. Cycle the 2 cost, buy the other one, get a free Ascendance. I might put that on the Mustang in the shop if that's what they're going to buy, but they put it on the Asmodeus. So it looks like they still want to be in stealth. Part of this is Shadow Lord Mustang. Mustang is Broshi's cat, so that might be some of the motivation here. We'll see. We'll see exactly what they how they combine these 2 comps into one.
Whoever comes out on top of this board is going to have a very juiced Dracula.
Yeah. It looks like oh man. Oh, barely. Ooh. Barely with the KO.
Our Dracula just went from a 3 to a 5.
Yeah, that is a bunch of stats that are now on that board. It looks like the Mustang is coming in. And they're going to put the Mustang. They're debating whether they put the Mustang in the Philosopher's Stone slot, which is an interesting debate. I think the Dracula's more stats now, but I think the Mustang. The idea with the Mustang is that it will be better for them later.
Mm-hmm.
Especially because in some of these cases, you really want to have a situation where you're putting a Fire Mage in one and disrupting some of these backlines. For example, into this board that we're about to face. If you can get rid of some of those things in the back line, that really sets you up to try to make it so that the good boys don't pretty much ruin you.
Ooh, is this the time to take a Frank here? I mean, we have Unity, we've got a bunch of stats, we got a bunch of summons. I mean,
yeah, it might be. It might be hope that Dr. Frankenstein saves you.
Well, because, I mean, not Dr. Frankenstein, Frankenstein's monster.
Or Frankenstein's monster. Oh my gosh, I was looking at the wrong Frank.
They're both good. I mean, like,
they're both really good. I think you're right that oh man, this is a rough spot. There's just a lot of things there's just a lot of decision points here. So the Dark Twig can allow you to control where the Celery Tea is hitting into. So if you can stealth one of the non-good boys, that could be something that would be worth doing. And then maybe try to... Man.
We have 8 gold and 16 seconds. The amount of how people cut it so close to the...
I think Mimble or Broshi is basically just saying... This turn isn't predicated on me spending my gold. It's me positioning my scam correctly into this big dog board. So I think that's really what their focus is on. Oh, the stealth goes on. So the good boys get moved into slots 3 and 4. One of them with the stealth orb. But the way that combat ran out, that is a guaranteed hit into one of them. So we'll just have to see if this scam here is enough to take out these left. That is 3 fools in the front row. That is absolutely enough. The front row fools.
Oh, and we get a free pig.
Free pig. That is pure gold. That pig has a lot of stats. It's a big pig.
That is a very big pig.
That was one of the good boys. Yeah, that was that slot 3 good boy with a whole bunch of stats from those spell books. That's a big pig, and you could core fusion that pig onto something.
Yeah, you get core fusion. Oh my gosh.
You can core fusion like 400 stats worth of pig onto, I don't know, the celery team? I think they're gonna put it.
And we're gonna aura it. Oh,
They're gonna put it on.
wait. If we'd have franked about the frank, we'd have got that for free and a frank. Actually, no, we had to sell something for.
No, you would have had to sell one.
Yeah. I lied.
It wouldn't have worked out. If it was an empty board slot, that would have worked out. But, oh my gosh. Core Fusion the pig. What a play. This duelist is probably going to get celery teed, but I think we're okay with that. Because I think making it so that our own celery tea has a chance to hit their Dr. Frankenstein is probably the most important thing here.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, man. The unexpected pig core fusion is not something I've ever seen in this game. Day 2 of the tournament, absolutely giving us new content.
What if they drop one of the stealths to put it in the second duelist to then summon the stealth?
Yeah, you could do that with the twig for sure.
Yeah.
Twig. Although that would mean the twig would not start in your hand and your celery tea wouldn't get twig attack, but I don't think it needs it.
I don't think it does either.
Looks like we're starting with the Mustang, maybe? Which is just more stats for these first 3 characters, basically. It's a question of whether we want more attack or more stats on these first 3 characters. Broshi, really a very convincing board, and also a case where there's a lot of decisions that he has to make. Because he does have so much tech. There's all this stealth tech, there's all this scam tech. There's just like a lot of choices that really have to be made in a pretty short amount of time. Sniping that celery tea up front is quite nice. Make sure that the duelist will absolutely get to summon some stuff.
Yeah.
We sniped that first Taylor before it does anything. The second Taylor's still around, but I mean, yeah, this is just too much stats into a ghost board. Pretty comfortable victory in that fight. And let's see who's left. The Savitri is left. The Aladdin has been knocked out. I believe the Aladdin was Richard Werman, if I remember correctly.
That sounds correct.
And is this Mimple? Okay, so all these big good boys are still floating around, which, if you're Broshi, you have to be pretty happy about. If you're in a situation where you're playing a bunch of scam, you're not super torn up about the possibility of there being a dog board in top 2, right? Like if this is just someone with a bunch of stats and you're playing scam, you think you're in a pretty good spot. So it'll be interesting to see if we see some stuff like Taylor's. Going for... That's a spell reflector, so those good boys are going to be pretty big. It's just a matter of can Mimple find some way to protect them into this barrage of stealth stuff. Turning the celery tea evil, which will make it so that if we get rid of the symbol of unity, it'll still get some stats.
Yeah.
It'll also make it so that Archdemon summons things into that slot, which is probably what Broshi is thinking here. That Blackbeard is very big with the symbol of unity stats.
We do have a second Archdemon here.
I don't know if you need that. The Taylor is probably what I would be buying out of this shop. The Taylor is interesting. You could sell the Melusine and the other Archdemon to buy the Taylor. And it looks like that might be what's about to happen. I like it. The problem is the Twig here is really nice to stealth one of the slots that the good boys aren't in. But I do think Mimple knows that and might try to play one of the good boys in 2 and the other good boy with Stealth Orb in 4 and try to make it so that both of them evade the Dark Twig Stealth. So yeah, that's why we're seeing the Taylor get played instead. We'll see if Mimple does, in fact, play it that way, anticipating the Twig in 2.
Yeah, so Mimple has 2 chances at this board.
Yeah, so one of the good boys in 2. But that is a lot of good boys. And the celery tea misses, which is rough. Although that celery tea hits. So let's see. Oh, that's a big corgi.
Oh, that's a big corgi.
We're going to need some scam into that big corgi.
Although, we got...
Succubus? If Succubus hits corgi and there's... Oh my gosh. We're going to do it. Are we going to... We're for sure going to do it.
Oh my gosh.
That is quite... Man, that's twice that Broshi's gotten really good Dr. Frank summons.
Yeah.
First time with all the fools in the front row, and this time with 2 Loreleis in the front row. That is quite a refill.
Man,
I almost wonder if that Wizard of Oz is something that you buy. I think he's thinking about it. Just like a big flying, yep. He's over it. Just a big flying thing. Wizard of Oz in 1, try to snipe a corgi or something. No, we're going to pass on it. Another Dr. Frankenstein. I don't really know where you play this Dr. Frankenstein. It's kind of the issue. It's because everything else is so precise and synergistic and works.
Is it just... What if you just drop the duelist at this point and just play a Dr. Frankenstein and...
You could do like, yeah, I see what you're saying. Like a Matt in 4, Dr. Frankenstein in 3. I'm going to buy this item, and I think it's so that we can buy a catnip and then a free rummage and be able to cast a full shop of spells, and that is indeed what it is. Wolf bait. Ooh. I wonder what we could wolf here. Interesting set of things.
Do we change heroes at this point? Do we need our heroes anymore?
Probably don't. I mean, really, Gemini and Sphinx are the only ones doing anything.
We just popped Savitris, so whoever wins this match here is going to win the game. So I mean, if we hit, if we actually hit one of our own Savitris,
that would help us.
That would help us.
It's like we're wolfing the Dr. Frank, which might let us play that in front. Revealing, do we hit a Savitri? We hit Adventurer, but that also has Dame Gothel, and you can't really do that here with this amount of time left.
Yeah.
If you had more time, you could have considered doing that to try to get the Dame Gothel in. But the Adventurer charge, but ruining your board is probably not something that we could do here. So we have, what do we have? We have Mimic Sinbad Philosopher's Stone and Garlic Surprise. So now we have 6 hero attack hits. And this scam, oh my gosh, the scam hits are excellent. So once again, it's just, do we get through this big corgi?
I think we do.
Although hitting the Dracula there is rough. Although there's 2 fools and we get a back row mirror on the wall. That is going to do it. Scam takes it out. Dr. Frankenstein still putting in work, even with the nerfs since the last month. Dr. Frankenstein still absolutely doing the job that game. That is a first place for Broshi with a pretty convincing stealth and scam hybrid board. Really starting with that hit of Symbol of Unity with the Philosopher's Stone Count Dracula.
Exactly, yeah. I mean,
light aboard.
I think we started watching Broshi at 4 health, and then suddenly wins at 4 health. Or wins at...
Yeah.
I think he did more damage to him.
He bought an Archdemon to take him down 1 more health, and that was all that we saw. That's the only thing that hurt him was his own Archdemon.
Yeah. He did damage. Broshi did more damage to himself since we started watching him than his opponents did.
Yeah. No, and really, the moment we started spectating him, it was carnival masks into Fisher King with bottle chip into a whole bunch of shenanigans. So it was quite the series of events that we saw. So I think we're gonna hop into one more quick short break, and we'll be right back with Game 3.
Welcome back
And welcome back, everybody.
Oh, go ahead.
Welcome back, everybody. Clearly, you can tell this is my first time doing this. We're ready to kick off Game 3 for the Fairy Tale Fables May monthly tournament. Here we have Day 2, and the lobby is all ready, so I think we're ready to get things started. After yet another interesting game. After Game 1 of Hunters and Fluffs, we saw Game 2 of Scam and Dogs. So we're really running the gamut on these comps today, aren't we?
Yeah, we are seeing a very diverse meta. That's very healthy for the game because it lets you build anything and you're not forced into one set of thing. So basically what your shop gives you, you can take. And then you can
Yeah.
be creative around that and go to what you like. I mean, it's really nice because did you expect to see a Gemini winning a game?
I really didn't. I know I've played scrims with Broshi a decent number of times, and they do like Gemini. Not a hero that I really ever pick. I've played it in a tournament once, and it was reluctantly, and I turboed into 6th. So
Oh,
interesting to see them really having it all come together for them.
yeah, so it looks like we're following Mimple here. Mimple needs a second place or better to be live. Mimple is currently at 11 points, which means you need 8 points, which you can get through a second point place, which is 8, or 10 points for a first. So we have Mimple picking Sinbad here as their hero of choice. I'm looking at these heroes. These are, I think, all great selections. Is that I can't remember who's in 7 right there. Is it Sisyphus or is it I can't remember.
That is Sisyphus, yeah. There's a
I
Sisyphus in the lobby for the second straight game, which surprises me.
that is one hero I refuse to pick. Oh, I'm surprised we're not locking for the sword.
We are not locking for the sword. We think we can do a little bit better than the characters that were in that shop, I suppose. It'll be interesting to see, as is always the case with Sisyphus, interesting to see what level treasure they choose to double. This shot makes it think maybe we're just playing level 2 Sinbad here. And based on the early characters picked, that does seem to be the direction taken. I think you could lock this shop if you wanted to take the Demon's Deal and the Short Sword for some extra economy, but it looks like we're going to let this roll, try to find some more royals. And I'm guessing that this is just a case where Mimple really early on says, well, I have this beast, I have some royals going, I'm just going to play level 2 Sinbad and double up some level 2 treasures. Maybe try to hit Wishing Fountain from Sinbad, which is one of the bigger early game high rolls that exists in the game. Doubling a Wishing Fountain, which then lets you get 2 level 3 treasures out of your level 2 treasure, and then you double those via Sinbad's hero power, swapping out your level 2 for level 3.
And they're
So
actually
maybe
facing
that's the
Richard.
direction.
So we have Mimple facing Richard here, and Richard has chosen Savitri, which is very interesting considered Richard needs a 6th place or better to be live. So it doesn't look like Richard may be necessarily going for the win, just going for points here. So, I mean, Savitri is a fantastic way to get points. So, I mean, I think you're really going to start seeing strategy shift for how people play for points or aggro here. So I think being Mimple, going for Sinbad, you have the ability to really control what that treasure you're doubling is. Whereas Richard, he only needs points. So if he gets first or 6th, he's live. That's what he's focused on right now.
Yeah. The only benefit to placing higher if you're Richard Roman is the possibility that maybe you knock other people out and give them fewer points so fewer people are alive. But
yes,
that's the type of thing that probably doesn't matter as much to him in this spot as just being blanketly live.
Right. So along with Richard and Mimple being potentially live, if Broshi gets 5th place or better, Broshi will be live, and if Field gets 1st place, they'll also be live as well. So we have 4 potentials for live, or all 4 of those scenarios could hit this game, and we could see all 4 go for live. Once they're live, they need to win, and they win the tournament. So very excited to see how this 3rd game shakes up in terms of finishing order for all these players.
So we are seeing here Mimple has basically decided that they're playing level 2 Sinbad. They've taken the Yellow Brick Road as their first treasure, so they're getting double free rolls, but they also get Whimsy 2-0 out of that first slot now, which means that's sort of the temptation for them to put that Elaine in slot 1, is that it gains that extra 2 attack from that Whimsy effect. I believe the transformed character so far was the Singing Prince. The transformation from that being a frog prince to a singing prince is what is allowing that Whimsy effect to come online.
That was quite a bit of shifting here, trying to get that perfect board state.
Trying to make it so this Kappa can get as many stats as possible, and they do get 2 triggers on the Kappa, and another Kappa shows up, as well as a Rapunzel's Prince. That is quite a shop. I think we're going to see both of these get picked if I have any guess as to what's about to happen.
Yeah, and we get 2 free rolls, so we can set up our next shot perfectly.
Try to get some free spells. Try to get another Kappa.
To be honest, do we even need 2 free rolls if one does exactly what we need it to? But I'm really curious. Do we sell the frog for making the beast good? Oh wait, we don't have Rose.
If the cursed Rose was still around, we for sure would. But I think part of the frustration you saw Mimple toggling over the spell was him acknowledging the fact that the cursed Rose is no longer there, and so the beast is no longer able to be a beast prince, which is a shame. I mean, it would be a massive unit for this point in the game, but it's just no longer there. We are seeing the safer Kappa alignment, where you're playing the 2 Kappas next to each other, which means at the very least you're going to get 1 scaling trigger from them. Because at the very least, when 1 Kappa is killed, the other one will get stats from that. The other option is to split them apart, hope the thing that is between them gets attacked into first to try to maximize your scaling, but it looks like we're just taking the safer route here.
Yeah, especially since you're not able to put one of those Kappas in 5 because you need Rapunzel's Prince in 5 here, so...
Yes. Looks like we're taking a little bit of damage to some early Atlantis Royal situation happening, so a battle of multiple people on Royals. I wonder if this baby mimic is something we're interested in. The storybook. The baby mimic, you could try to mimic another 2 that you get from the beast. If you hit baby mimic wishing fountain on the beast, that gives you 3 3-cost treasures, which is a full slate of things that are then doubled. But that is, of course, like the crazy high roll scenario. Looks like we're going to take this Odette and maybe have a couple of rolls to find something better to put in slot 4.
So we've completed 1 quest. I'm curious to see how many quests we'll complete. Do we go... We got a decent Royals situation here, and we have a pretty big Kappa, so I mean, we're kind of open to a lot of things. I mean, these are just stats. Oh. Hello.
I wonder if we take this.
Yeah. I mean... It's a pretty good buy.
I think we're locking this, I think, largely because we have the ability to get 2 free rolls out of it, right? Like, it's not as punishing to lock going into 4 when you have double free roll going into it.
Well, not just that, but also the fact that you have the ability to destroy treasures now with the newer spell of recent, which I think really powers up Sinbad, because you used to be able to get stuck and you need the treasure. Well, if you find a spell, now you're in a great point. Ooh, Dick Point Bro is quite low at 14 health.
Yeah. It looks like Mimple thought better of his plan to lock that shop, so it looks like we'll see a brand new shop going into level 4. Not a ton you're really excited about here.
Yeah.
There's a lot of decent tempo stuff, but there's stuff
lots
that
of food.
Yeah. You could do like a sunbathing Yuck the Yak with the sunflower to try to get some spell casts on some things, but that feels like it's probably not what Mimple really wants to be doing right now. This is a good shop.
Yeah.
That is exactly what you're looking for. Big Rapunzel also triggers another treasure. You can probably just take Seat of the Table, which does even more stats for Rapunzel here. Man. You could also take Crossroads if you're wanting to maximize your chances of getting additional royals to keep getting more treasures, but this is That's quite the power up turn.
Yeah, that's
The free rolls for
quite nice. Man, do we go for the greedy play and go for that chameleon?
We could. The Lorelei is also pretty tempting, just because Lorelei is a really good character in general. It looks like we're passing, and we're gonna hit a second Rapunzel's Prince, which I imagine is maybe even just worth buying right now. Maybe you just sell the bench, play the Singing Prince in 4, and the Rapunzel's Prince. I think that's what we're gonna see.
Yeah.
Selling the Beast.
Ooh.
We are selling the Beast. That is a bit of a surprise, largely just because I think there was the ability to try to tunnel into something like Atlantis via Beast triggers. It looks like that's not the direction we're going for. I think Mimple thinks he has enough of these level 2 treasures and wants to do maybe just some more straightforward boost stuff. I mean, the board just has a ton of stats. I mean, that board from Gabby is pretty strong for this mid game, and that just got rolled.
Yeah, Memple is doing exactly what they need to do right now and put damage on people, because the faster you get people out, the better chance you have to get more points.
Yes. Those two Vendies are kind of interesting, but other than that, I feel like this shot, you probably just roll this shot. I don't really know where the Vendies would play. Yeah, we're going to roll that.
Yeah.
Celine is interesting.
Yeah.
It's interesting to see where this goes now that it's not going to be... Oh, well, there's the Secret of Alchemy, so we could get rid of one of these level 2 treasures if we wanted to try to get ourselves into some other stuff, but I think at this point, both of those level 2 treasures are still doing a lot for us.
Yeah.
Trader?
It's good value.
It's a good card for sure. I do think you maybe still want to try to maximize the Odette triggers. Another Celine. A Fireball? The Fireball might be interesting here to try to pick off that Rapunzel's Prince.
Yeah.
Just go for the item, bank the gold for later, get some extra stats on board. Still an incredibly strong tempo position. And for a hero like Sinbad, where you normally think that the end game is what's strongest about them, pretty good position to be in. And I imagine part of what Mimple was thinking when they sold the Beast there was, I'm Sinbad, I don't want to be locked into having Atlantis in the end game, right? Like, I don't want a level 2 treasure as a part of my end game setup. I want to be doubling something better. I've, in playing games, gotten caught in a trap of, I have this Atlantis that is core to my board, and so I basically don't have an end-game hero power. So I think Mimple's trying to avoid that type of situation, which makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I think that's a big difference between Sinbad and Aladdin. Aladdin, you can choose to not have that as your build, whereas Sinbad, you're kind of forced.
I mean, it's an interesting spot, largely just because like most of the things that are showing up in these shops are worse than these massive characters you already have to board. It's hard to find things to do when your board is already incredibly strong. Looks like we're going to take just another Little Mermaid just for the additional treasure line.
Would be really interesting here is if we could somehow turn these mermaids into map, and then turn map into a 7 or an infinity, and then just get rid of all of our other treasures and just have a doubled up infinity.
Yeah. Or double up Grail. There's a whole lot of things that if you're Sinbad and you can double it up on 7, you're going to be in a great spot. Or even without doubling up, you can just have like Fairy Tale giving me a bunch of upgraded stuff. Just play like, I'm going to have 2 free rolls for the rest of this game, and everything in my shop's going to be upgraded, and I'm just going to build whatever I want. So now both the Odette and the Rapunzel.
Oh, wow, those were some hits.
Those spells did a lot of damage. Still managed to only take minimum damage from that. Here we have the triple Rapunzel, or the Rapunzel's Prince.
Ooh,
Baby
Baby
Mimic?
Mimic, what a...
Baby Mimic's really interesting here.
I think you drop the C at table, don't you?
So I think we're going for how do we
Transition
get out
from...
of level 2 now?
Yeah.
Buy a Watson, okay.
Magnifying
glass. And the magnifying glass can help this Odette get slays, which might be what they're thinking of.
Right.
Yeah,
but
it looks like that's what they're thinking.
Are we looking for anything? I think, honestly, for level 3 treasures, I think Baby Mimic might be the real one we're looking for, unless we're looking for Bean at this point. Like,
yeah, Baby Mimic into Bean into a 6 would be really interesting. Although you'd get... So what it is the Rapunzel's going to trigger before the Odette.
Mm-hmm.
So if you Baby Mimic treasure map, then Odette gives you a 7. So that's how the sequencing is. The Rapunzel's quest triggers right at the very beginning of the combat. So that's the first select that you'd see.
Mm-hmm.
And then the Odette happens after the Rapunzel, so that treasure comes after. So I believe how this works. I think we're going to see a fireball here just to try to avoid some damage. That portal wardrobe is kind of interesting with the Dr. Watson there. Just give you some extra triggers there, but it looks like we're going to pass on that. Mousing over the Uther.
I have never felt comfortable playing Uther.
So Uther, the thing that I think Uther does really well now is actually work with Atlantis, which is the thing that I think now Mimple maybe isn't targeting as much, and might be why we're not seeing that Uther be targeted. If you have Atlantis and you're playing Tritons in your front row, Uther can make it so that their auras linger. So that's a pretty effective way to combine those two setups. Like the Uther boost setup can be combined with an Atlantis Royal Monster setup, but I think with the Beast now gone, that isn't something that we're necessarily going for, so I'm not surprised to see that.
We did just get the 4 slay, so we'll see how this plays out. So we get
Here's our 7. Here's our 7. What are we getting? We're getting...
Infinity. That's pretty
Infinity
good.
on turn 11. It's either Infinity or Grail here.
I think,
and this really is a how do you play the game question. I'd probably be taking Grail, but that's just me being a person that really likes Grail.
You're only on 5-1 though, so I mean, like...
Yeah, there's a lot of turns left. As far as times to take Infinity, this is among the best.
Yeah.
So let's see what we're going to do with this. The Portal Wardrobe is really interesting.
I love Portal Wardrobe.
I think this Portal Wardrobe might be about to get purchased.
I hope it does. That's like my favorite thing.
Going away? Are we selling the Kappa?
I think you have to get rid of one of the mermaids, don't you? Huh? I mean,
there's the wardrobe. So the smithy is gonna get those 2 items. It looks like we wanted the magnifying glass to get on. There it is. And there's the Portal Wardrobe. The Portal Wardrobe this early with Infinity on 5-1 is crazy.
Yes.
We have a ghost fight coming up too.
And we have our first elimination, which means that's what Richard is looking for. Richard right now is currently in his 6th place position he needs. So
they're really hoping that that Bro gets knocked out here into 7th before they use their Savitri charge and get knocked out themselves. I mean, Mimic map into a 7 on 5.1 is wild.
Well, actually,
once again, day two, giving us all sorts of crazy surprises.
Well, not just that. I think all of our players except Mimple, that are basically could go live, are right now at the bottom 3. So the rest of the group is about to just get flip-flopped completely, potentially. That's a lot of stats.
Oh, and the Uther comes out with its strategist effect, and so it doesn't attack right away. Though honestly, Mimple probably wanted it to attack right away. That is a big 8th place fluff board. Holy.
Yeah.
Synesthesia on stealth? Let's see what Mimble does here. Taking experience here and just trying to find some good boys is really tempting.
I think the biggest thing for Mimple is he's got to get out of these low-level treasures as fast as possible.
Passing on the twig. I do wonder what the plan is for the Watsons here.
I think it's just to keep us alive and keep from taking damage.
Yeah.
As well as boosting that magnifying glass.
Narcissus? So to your point, looking to get out of these level 2 treasures here.
Although I don't know what... I guess the twig... I'm not seeing the
twig, I think the twig is intended for this fight to make it so that the Lorelei gets stealth. So that the early combat characters don't attack into it. I don't know if there's a long-term plan for the twig, but I think that's the immediate term plan for the twig.
I'm not gonna lie, I'd never see those plays like 90% of the time. Like that's actually a brilliant play too. Like,
yeah, because I think they're just trying to see if they can deal a little bit of damage to Synesthesia here, because Synesthesia is probably their biggest, or what they're probably viewing as the biggest threat in this lobby right now. Synesthesia with 2 heroes, hero mask. Dang. Atlantis, so set up to do some combination of like stealth and Triton stuff, which works because Matt is a monster. Interesting setup. Buying the bag.
That's a big treasure.
Camelot is really interesting here. We're going to see the Camelot get taken. The Shooting Stars was also really interesting. I agree with the Camelot pick. I think the Fire Mage you want here.
What do we have on our bench?
Some Romeo and Juliet stuff?
Honestly, we can get rid of this.
The twig seems useful but not necessary. The Fire Mage seems maybe better than the twig in this.
Yeah.
And you can tell they want it. They keep mousing over it. You know that they want that Fire Mage. Really, with Camelot now, like I think the full desired end game is Fire Mage, maybe a King Arthur, maybe a Star Child. You might consider even buying that Star Child in the shop.
They're holding
just doing a full boost configuration.
They're holding very strong to those Little Mermaids.
They are. I suppose if they get another treasure, that is doubled. If they get a Little Mermaid treasure.
But is there any 4s you're looking for at this point, to be honest?
It is the question. Maybe Double Caster? You could argue that a Mage treasure on 4 is useful here if you find a Merlin to play full boost to scale up the Merlin's spell-based boost effect more quickly. Mm-hmm. That's the biggest way that a 4 impacts you here. Because they don't really need Pumpkin. They already got Map. Maybe Talisman to keep you alive for a while if someone is particularly spooky. But that's really it. To your point, I don't know if I saw a mermaid in this position if I would even bother buying it, but we'll see what they elect to do with it. The hits work out really nicely for Mimple here. And that's a KO. Getting the upgrade. It is 2 KOs. And it looks like Richard Werman's going to be live. They managed to outlive.
And Broshi is also live, I believe.
That's right. I think Broshi only needed a 5th.
Yep.
So I think Mimple at this point is fully trying to play boost stuff.
Yeah.
Um,
That's a big fire mage.
it is a big fire mage. It's only going to keep getting bigger with his infinity. I'm gonna buy that. I'm not. I might be tempted to buy that party popper for the Star Child as part of like a full game boost setup. But that might be just too early for that in his mind. I would take this weird compass. Weird
Okay,
compass.
okay. Oh no, Spyglass.
Weird compass is a huge hit for this. That is exactly what you want to start finding your Merlins and your Guinevere's.
Mm-hmm.
That is a crazy hit.
Although Spyglass, you could have gone pretty aggro for the 7s.
You could have. You also could have done Spyglass into this Rapunzel getting another treasure next turn into another 5 and then double that with Sinbad. But I do think I like the compass play here. We're going to pass on the party popper for now. I think we want it eventually, but I do agree with trying to maybe get more of your...
Oh, there we go.
I do think you want that King Arthur. I might even sell for it, but we'll see what Mimple decides to do. I think we're just going to lock.
Yeah, I think we're up far enough that I think, well, we're facing the ghost, so I mean, I doubt we take damage here. So, I mean, just...
Especially with these Dr. Watsons giving so much hero attack at this point.
Yeah.
I think we're probably pretty stable to just lock for this, but
yeah,
it does mean you can't roll up a new shop at the start of the next turn.
Yeah.
I think we're trying to get more scaling on the Spyglass. No, electing not to. Just trying to see if you could greed out stats on the higher value item during this ghost fight. Looks like he wants the Arthur and that Alliance Band, which I think is a pretty nice pickup. Well, Portal Road Rogue is no more. It looks like it's not going to be a problem. It is a pretty big Frankenstein's monster, but we have enough to get through it. And there's... You could take Ravens or Talisman, but I think this is a skip.
Yeah.
There's a good boy also, so you have options now.
You have a lot of options.
You could take both.
I mean, at this point, I mean, I think I just see no reason not to take both.
Playing the Twig into the stealth board again, which makes some sense. I think we're going to sell this Kappa, probably.
Yeah.
And then take the good boy. So the Twig is again meant to make it so that the Fire Mage doesn't have to attack into 4 and can try to attack into something more impactful. That is a pretty big magnifying glass.
That is quite big.
We're looking at the Kiv a little bit. We're not seeing the level. We're looking at a flying item. Flying item, very valuable.
Mm-hmm.
I think we're passing on the note. I think we're looking for our level 6 boost characters now, and they're just kind of not showing up. It's an unfortunate spot. Star Child, trying to get some extra damage in that way.
Although, do we need the Twig this turn?
I think the concern is that if there's a Lorelei in 4, that the Twig will make it. Oh, it looks like the Twig might be coming out. I'm just gonna let the Synesthesia do what they want in terms of Lorelei in 4 to protect.
Because also we hide. I like this play too because we hide the fact we have a good boy. We have enough health. We're not dying here, so.
Okay. So it looks like the Fire Mage doesn't get to attack, which is brutal.
Ooh, this...
It's going to be some damage. That is a very convincing stealth board from Synesthesia there.
That's very... We haven't really seen much stealth the whole tournament, and then...
Here it is.
Makes his appearance.
There's another King Arthur here, which I think we want, but at the same time, we really want better boosters than what we have.
Yeah.
Turn 16, still hanging on to 2 Dr. Watsons and a Rapunzel's Prince is tough. And I think we're not seeing the free roll because they want to preserve their mana in case a couple of Merlins show up in the shop. This Fire Mage has the potential to do a lot of damage into this boost comp that Richard Werman has if they don't have a back protector.
Oh, there we go.
I guess we're taking this. I mean, that's a big Dr. Watson. You could double Poison Tree people.
Yeah.
You could also double Garlic Surprise.
I think double Garlic Surprise might be... I think that's it. We're just based on our current build.
Just trying to stay alive a little bit longer. I wonder if you buy this back protector now, since you have 4 gold and you might want one eventually. You don't?
So any thoughts here on why we're playing right now? I guess we have still plenty of time, but at least the Star Child over a potential second King Arthur right now.
I expect that will change.
Oh, or we have Guinevere too. I think that's
Guinevere's in the shop,
yeah,
and I think that's our current.
Yeah, that's the play.
I think we keep the Rapunzel's Prince instead of the Little Mermaid. Nope. Yes?
Yep.
Yes. Close call, but I think that is probably what I would have chosen. And there's our Guinevere, and I do wonder now if either Good Boy or Arthur goes in. Or both.
I think Rapunzel has to go in.
Star Child's still being in, although I think Richard Werman's board has a little less health overall. So the Star Child stars are probably fairly impactful here.
Mm-hmm.
Remains to be seen.
Wow, that is the ideal way to place a teach tree. 1 HP
Taylor.
with 1 revive.
They had a Chrono Crystal on their board from the prior fight, so it looks like they had double extra lives that they've managed to sneak out. But it looks like there goes that extra life. This infinity is starting to add up, as it does. There's another Fire Mage. I don't know if you really need to attack first, is I think what you want to do here with that.
Yeah.
I think we see them mousing over that King Triton that they're concerned about. I think you really just want to hunt for Merlin. Like, you really just need to replace this Rapunzel's Prince and Dr. Watson with things that are going to provide more stats for your board.
Or even a second Lady Guinevere.
Also
Ooh.
True.
Ooh, that's interesting. Do you take the second Good Boy? I think you do.
Probably, yeah.
Like, I don't think there's a downside to it, especially like the longer you just stay alive, just. I think you have to. Yeah.
I might just be rolling for Merlins here.
Is it too late for Merlin though? Are we casting really enough spells?
I think it still makes your board a lot better, even without any of the spells.
I think it's definitely best Rapunzel's Prince, but I think we needed Merlin a couple turns ago, obviously, but I just don't know if
we're gonna roll it. It's a flying item. I don't think that does enough.
No. Oh, there we go. Yeah.
So I think we now probably replace the Star Child with the second Arthur.
Has to,
So we
right?
don't really have star buffs. Or we just triple the Arthur. I think they're trying to stack an item onto it, but they're low on time. I'm just going to take it. Scarf.
Oh, doppelganger.
I think they can wait. They can hold it for next turn.
Yeah.
I think this is actually best because they get the garlic for now, but then they do want the scarf eventually.
That is assuming we make it to next turn.
We aren't going to make it to next turn because they've hit Merlin's lessons. Broshi has hit Merlin's lessons, and this combat is over before it started, really. Although, does Garlic Cabinet save us? It does not. Garlic Cabinet had hit the Merlin in the back. I think it saves us there, but we didn't quite get that. And the King Triton, really the Exodia King Triton, takes the cake there. And I think we're going now to watch Broshi as they try to finish off this fully assembled Exodia Atlantis Merlin's Lessons combination that they have going.
Yeah, they
have a Party Popper on the King Triton, which doubles the amount of moonlight that it's generating. I mean, this is just a terrifying board.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing here is like these boards feel very similar. I think this one was just better.
Yeah. So Sir Strat also has Merlin's Lessons, but the fireballs aren't as powerful. So those back row acolytes probably just get sniped by Merlin's Lessons from Broshi because Broshi has King Triton to make those fireballs more powerful.
So it'll
be interesting to see if Sir Strat has any workarounds to that. Maybe like a Van Helsing.
It is also worth noting Broshi is also live as well as Richard for next game. So they will be.
Yeah, at this point, Broshi at this point basically is just trying to keep the points down on these last two players. But
exactly,
they were also just looking at they're looking at Synesthesia's board where there's a Hurricane, which is pretty bad news for this boost configuration where all of a sudden your Kiv is no longer ranged. But I'm trying to think of if there's a way that Broshi can make that irrelevant. I think the answer is just more King Tritons. I think really that's Broshi's entire wish list at this point is just I need more of these.
So it looks like we have Synesthesia still alive, Broshi still alive, and Sir Strat still alive.
Yes. So Starlight Strike. Hitting a pretty unfortunate target for Sir Strat. Sir Strat really wanted something better than hitting the Arthur and allowing those stats to go to the back line. So that's going to be it for Sir Strat in this game.
It looks like Sir Strat is no longer alive, actually. It looks like it'll just be Broshi versus Synesthesia for the final two. Synesthesia is currently at how many points? At 4 points right now. A second place would put Synesthesia at 12 points, and a first place would put Synesthesia at 14 points.
It looks like so Broshi cast a Rummage and was hoping for a combat spell, and it didn't show up. Pretty unfortunate for them. Broshi really needs these fireballs to be able to take out at least one of those Mustangs, but I don't know if he has enough moonlight. Peeking behind the King Triton, it looks like there's a 2, which I think means both fireballs would need to hit one of the Mustangs in order for that Mustang to die, which might be enough.
It's going to be close.
Because if I remember the card correctly, it's all of the moonlight is added to the combat spells. So at this point, it's 200 something moonlight is being added to each fireball. which I think means that those Mustangs in the back are big enough to survive one of those fireballs, but not necessarily to survive both.
I'm also curious to see if Synesthesia makes any adjustments based on just the knowledge of the fireballs right now.
Yeah, does Synesthesia have a back protector floating around? They don't.
Interesting Royal
So it takes
Phoenix
out-
in there.
Takes out one of the Mustangs. The Royal Phoenix, I think, is intended to just be a wall to soak up multiple hits. But Broshi gets there. The two of the fireballs did hit one of the Mustangs, so it did take out a whole lot of stats really early. Broshi here has his mouse over Blizzard. Blizzard would kill his entire board, so I don't think he wants to do that because I don't think it would also kill Synesthesia's entire board. I don't think that's the goal, but we'll see what he's staring at. I think casting Blizzard ends the game not in your favor right now.
I'm curious to see it though. Although we could put the Dying Breath on the Merlin, not Merlin, on the King Arthur. That would be actually probably a good play.
Because I think also, well, this I actually don't know how this works.
Let's see
I
what
don't know
happens.
the order of
Let's
death.
see what happens.
I don't know the order of death.
I'm very curious.
Does-
I'm very excited.
Does the Arthur die and give stats to the back row before the Blizzard kills the back row? I think it does. Yeah, because that's how it works with Yellow Bark. I've just never done this before, so I'm not immediately sure, but I'm pretty sure this will work where the back row will get a bunch of stats from the King Arthur.
I'm so excited to find out.
Oh, and the fireballs go off before?
Oh
No.
my gosh.
We all found out together. I think the Arthur might have given stats to the back row, but then I don't think it was enough, is I think what just happened. I think the Arthur did give stats, but then those stats weren't enough to make the back row survive the Blizzard. Oh my gosh.
Is there a way we could get an instant replay of that? You called it. You called that.
I mean,
That was great.
what a play. Okay, so I've been corrected by Emperor Laralas, who has suggested that Blizzard kills everything at once and then the Dying Breath happens. So
This one's for the boys. I did not know how that would work. I thought
with Yellow Bark, if Yellow Bark is in the front row and something in the back row has 1 health, and Yellow Bark's in sunlight, that it gives stats first. I could be wrong. It looks like it's going to be Laralas, but what a way to end Game 3. I think we're going to kick it to another break, and we'll be back with Game 4. Thank you for tuning in, everybody, to the Day 2 Fairy Tale Fables May monthly tournament action.
that was great.
Welcome back, everybody. Back here for Game 4 of Day 2 of the May Monthly Fairy Tale Fables tournament. Off of a spectacular ending to Game 3. Broshi, now live, treating us all to some science experiments to see exactly what happens when you Blizzard with King Triton on your board and King Arthur as well. So, really just a hilarious and incredible ending to Game 2 that for Broshi really didn't matter because he was already live, and we will spectate him going into Game 4 here.
That was absolutely fantastic. We learned a lot there. So basically, we found is the blizzard will trigger before the dying breath triggers. So if you guys are going to try that strategy at home, you now know what the outcome is. You can attempt to replicate it yourself and have the same outcome if you choose so, or you can maybe not do that, and then you don't kill your own board. But we see Broshi again picking Gemini, which Broshi picked game 2, where Broshi won game number 2. So Gemini being one of Broshi's preferred characters here. We'll see how Broshi plays this one differently. We didn't get to see how Broshi started the second game with Gemini, where Broshi got down all the way to 4 health and maintained. Broshi did more damage to himself than his opponents did to Broshi. So very curious to see what build. I feel like you definitely have the ability to have an open build of Gemini, which is a lot of these characters I think really like open builds, especially in the monthly tournaments, whereas I think some builds are definitely stronger than others, but if you don't get it, you can't play it.
Yep, absolutely. And that's a very interesting hero select they has too. Sovereigny and King Midas are two of my favorite heroes, and interesting to see Broshi here take neither of them. Instead, take what appears to be a comfort hero for him with Gemini, as we saw with that Game 2 victory. That was the game where we spectated in on Broshi right as they hit carnival masks into Fisher King with a bottled ship to take a garlic cabinet, and they wound up with a Philosopher's Stone on a big Dracula playing Scam. Like that was a crazy game that we saw them take a first place on. That was the game where they had the zero cost 200 unexpected peg that they core fusioned. Just some absolute madness happening in that game. And we're seeing them here start off with a nice big 5/5 Singing Prince to deal some turn 1 damage.
And Dick Point Bro not having anything on their board with Guan Yin, that was I'm curious to see what they bought or what that was.
My best guess would be that they bought the Beast and they were trying to protect the Cursed Rose. Of course, protecting their health is the other option there, but I think they were expecting that their hero attack would probably be able to save them from damage in that first combat. Of course, they were wrong because Broshi had a 5/5 on the board.
Luckily, it's not too much damage, so that's one thing, taking damage early is being strategic about it. It's a lot less than later in the game where you can, I believe the maximum damage you can take, correct me if I'm wrong, is 18 points of damage.
Might be a bit above that. How much is it? It's 220? I think it's 20.
It's either 18 or 20. I knew it was one of the two. I could not remember which one it was, but that
I think it's
minimal
2 per upgraded character, and then that would be 14 plus 5 because it's your level minus 1, or is it your level? These are things I should know.
Yeah.
But I didn't. It's either 19 or 20. But
yeah. The only reason I care about that sometimes is because when you try and make a meme play, you have to figure out how to not accidentally die. I have done it before where I have accidentally died. That was really unfortunate. Had I actually tried to not do something silly,
sometimes you have to go for it.
Exactly.
It's for the best. Right, let's see what we're going to take this last shot here.
Exactly. That's the best part about the game is this is a very fun game. So having fun is the most important thing.
Absolutely. Sometimes you have to do it just for your own sake, even if it's not
Exactly.
the quote-unquote right thing to do.
Exactly.
Looks like we're now going to be the people protecting our Cursed Rose.
Yeah, interesting how, though, we did not cycle the sword. That's a big play. It's a play I like to do just because it's a very fundamentally sound play. You guarantee Moonlight for later in the game if you need it. I always buy Moonlight characters. It's my favorite thing in this game to build around. I it's my comfort zone.
Yeah, Celine is for sure one of the best 4-cost characters in the game, so that is the type of thing that you can do early on to make it so that Celine will be able to provide value later. But
Because
looks like we're protecting this Cursed Rose, and it's going to cost us some health as well. It's Mimple with a big board for that turn.
yeah,
Broshi here. It looks like they're just tunneling in on some of these royals here.
yeah.
I think they're scouting to see if this Blizzard makes sense.
Yes.
Passing on the Pirate Gunner pair is a bit
Or
surprising.
do we take Potato and Lock for the Pirate Gunner pair?
We could take Potato and Lock for the Pirate Gunner pair. It looks like we're not going to. We're just going to try to Blizzard some things down into range where the young Parrot can deal some damage.
Yeah, just to give the folks watching some insight here, right now we have Broshi and Richard both live. If Broshi or Richard win, they are the champions of the May Monthly. Now, other players who could potentially become live are Feel, who will be live with a first place finish, Synesthesia with a 4th place finish. What just happened here?
It seems like one of the players didn't make it into the lobby, so we got a pretty far way into the lobby, but it looks like we're resetting because Bro had no characters, and it appears that they didn't make it into the game. So a bit later of a restart than we're accustomed to, but it looks like that is indeed what's happening, is a restart here.
Yeah.
So we'll see if we can get this refired and see if Broshi has another chance to play their Comfort Hero Gemini, or if they have to find a way to get a first on somebody else in order to seal up a win for this tournament.
Yeah, so since we're starting, I guess we could just go back to your stats again. So Sir Strat, if they finish 4th or better, will be live, and as well as Mimple, if they get 5th place or better, will also be live. So quick little fix up of restarting game 4, but that's where all people stand right now. So very tough fights right now. So it's gonna be very exciting.
Yeah, 2 people live, 4 more people with a chance to be live next game if the tournament makes it to next game. So certainly a lot of people still in contention. Lots still to come, lots still to happen. So we'll see if we can get this next lobby refired, and see if there's a chance for us to see something that we haven't seen so far today. I mean, I've been interested. I haven't seen really anybody play just like a full dog board, right? Like the biggest dogs that we've seen, the biggest good boys we've seen were from, I believe, Mimple playing Spell Reflector, which is basically a mage set rather than playing actual food stat situation. So that's something I've been surprised to see, is I haven't really seen much Magic Porridge Pop play. That's one of my favorite characters on 5, so it'll be interesting to see. Maybe that shows up at some point in the next couple of games, but so far it's been a decent amount of stealth, a decent amount of boost, decent amount of mages, some scam. We've seen fluffs way more times than I have expected to, so it's been a pretty big variety, but not much in the way of farmers.
Yeah, the fluffs. I feel like the fluffs, though, they're really, really strong, but if you don't hit your fluffs, you're in a rough spot. So, I mean, honestly, that could be the way to win this. So, I mean, I'm very curious.
I mean, one of my favorite things in the game is the Fluff and Hunter combination board, where you use Uther, Purple Fluff, Guinevere, and Dr. Watson to give yourself hundreds of hero attack scaling per fight. It'll be interesting to see if any of these Fluff players ever manage to pivot into that. We haven't really seen that yet today, but certainly, I mean, I think Fluffs are I think relatively less played than other comps, simply because you do really have the shops need to cooperate with you in order for it to work out. But when it all comes together, if you really hit that like full combination of scaling hunters and fluffs together, it can be nasty.
Yeah, and also you also just need the right heroes for that as well. I mean, with fluffs, I believe Gemini would be a great hero to have for fluffs.
Yes.
As well
King
as
Midas, anything that lets you
King
get
Midas.
upgraded Syndiata.
Yep.
Lots of options.
I always call
so
Syndiata Doctor Strange. He kind of looks like Doctor Strange from Marvel.
All right, looks like we have 7 of 8 in here.
All right, we're missing one.
Who needs to get in? Gabby? Looks like we need Gabby. Gabby Jagodia needs to be in this lobby, and then we'll be all set.
Also, for those in chat, !crystals to give you the code for the May monthly. Make sure you claim those, buy a new hero, or get 8 rerolls, so that way you can get your favorite hero. For me, I'm going to be rerolling for Hammy. What will you be rerolling for, ISHB?
I'd probably be rolling. That's a good question. Probably Guan Yin. I'm a Guan Yin person. What have I been playing lately a lot? What have I been on a kick for? I need to check through some Little Match Girl. I've been playing a lot of Little Match Girl lately.
Oh,
I think I might be the #1 Little Match Girl advocate in this game.
Oh, anytime I can roll, I'm like, yes, please.
Yeah, just the ability to control what the shops are giving you a little bit better, roll for some free spells. I think that's one of the more underrated hero powers that is in this game.
And
all right, we have Gabby in. It looks like we're probably going to be firing this pretty soon. We can see if this time works out a little more cleanly to get all 8 players in this lobby. Say it has been interesting to see some of the heroes that have been picked that I haven't expected as we get this game started now. I don't think I've seen a Little Match Girl now that I think about it.
I don't think I have either.
It's interesting to see the disparity of who likes what. There's been a lot of Treasure Hamster,
Yep.
a lot of Guan Yin. You've seen Broshi play a bunch of Gemini. Like I don't know if I've seen what I would say is my favorite hero in the game right now all day.
Ooh,
a lot of Aladdin here, which is really interesting. Icarus also, like if you're Broshi, the only thing that matters is first place. Icarus is a 1st or 8th place hero.
It is true.
This is maybe a spot where you take Icarus and just try to. I mean, I remember day 2 of the final game of last month's monthly tournament. I took Icarus in the last game because I didn't like my hero select and I needed either a 1st or it didn't matter. And I got to 2nd and that wasn't good enough. But Icarus here actually makes sense. I normally avoid Icarus like the plague, but if you're ever going to take it, this is kind of the spot to do it. But
yeah.
Also, Aladdin is just so good.
I mean, Shiva is also pretty good.
Yeah. Shiva definitely has some high use cases in the late game. It looks like we're going to go with Aladdin, which is what I would have expected, but an interesting selection there. Looks like we're not going to lock for the sword as well. Yeah. Turn 1 Ares, so this Elaine is going to get immediately knocked out by the hero attack ping, so you do wonder if Broshi might hide it. Some interesting heroes in the lobby. We've got, I think, Fafnir for the first time. I don't think I've seen Fafnir today. Scheherazade for the first time, which I think we haven't seen so far today. We've seen Odysseus a few times, Daedalus a few times, Hamster a few times. I don't know if you've seen Ares either. So an interesting, got some new ones going in.
Yeah. I love Ares. It's one of the first characters I learned to play on. And I was just like, oh, wait a second. I cannot 8th place? I'm like, this is great. Oh, this is a nice play, yeah.
Yeah, take the Murchie, which lets you take the shield. Pretty good, solid 2.1 play. Doesn't seem like this is exactly what Broshi wants to be doing, but I do think it's probably the quote-unquote correct play to be making.
Yeah. Also,
that's exactly, I think, what I would have done.
The one thing, do you ever see people like the moving around? Maybe you could explain that a little bit more. Are they talking to us, or are they talking to... Who are they talking to?
Just the rapidly scrolling their mouse around. I think they're probably aware that we're spectating their stream and they're trying to give us a little bit of a show. If I had to guess. If I know anything about Broshi either, that's a little bit probably what they're doing. Getting a tie into a 6-8. Not 6-8, how many stats is that? Yeah, 6-8. Cinderella there. It's pretty hard to do. Interesting shop here.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not. Nothing's really jumping out.
I might just take the Ella for a cheap treasure because you're Aladdin and you just want treasures.
Yeah.
Other than that, maybe just like the shield page. You could also just argue to take a short sword and the spell, but that's playing down a character, which makes it a bit rough. Given the way
I
that
mean,
Fafnir Blur works, you can also argue to just take this egg as like a combat spell for a turn.
I think you have to take Ella, right? No, I mean, I definitely agree with this play. Like, honestly, like on twos though, like if you're taking damage, like I don't think it's that terrible. Like, you're not really keeping that stuff, and like a gold for later is always useful. I've seen too many times these tournaments where players are like needed that one extra gold that they just
Yeah.
weren't able to have, or they just had one too many board spaces just full of characters where items just really don't take up board space. They're, I think, maybe a little bit underutilized by people.
I think the elementary insight here makes a lot more sense when you remember the fact that Aladdin is an X3 hero, so it's adding a lot more value. This is a really, I'll put it this way, if you want to play dwarves, this is a great shop. I like playing dwarves because I think they let you do dwarf and scam hybrid boards pretty late into the game. Like that, I think is a really good in-game line. For me, I'd probably just be like buying this shield and locking this Ori, but that is very much you have to really want to and like to play dwarves in order to be doing this, and it looks like that's what we're going to see.
We're about to find out if Broshi likes to play dwarves.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't imagine what else he'd be locking for, so I think that is what we're seeing. I guess he could lock for the Gingerbread Witch and the Cat Box. That is a lot of stats, but I'd be surprised if that's what we wind up seeing out of this. Especially given that we already bought the Snow White.
What's interesting right now is Ares is at the lowest health. That's very surprising at 3-0.
It's hard to do. Someone had to beat an Ares on level 2. That is hard to do. That or Ares took about 100 demon deals on level 2. That is quite the long fight for turn 4 there. It's a lot of toughness on that Cabbage Merchant. Probably just take this Spyglass, don't we?
Yeah, that's what I do.
It's a lot of stats this early on in the game. Trying to think of what else. I mean, the Cat Box is good.
And
this Cat Box is pretty good, but
we also gotta watch out for that wave too.
The Great Wave is probably coming if that Princess of Wise got a slay.
I mean, it was already big.
His own Great Wave, but it doesn't look like it really does much of anything for this fight.
I mean, it's never bad to cast it.
That's what he's doing. That's what he's doing. The board Farm Boy is nice to get some stats on your back row here. I think he's trying to put some attack on the Parrot so that it can snipe the Squire in the back.
The question is, do we get a wave on the Parrot or not?
Yep, and that's, I think...
Oh, there we go.
So we've given the Parrot more than 3 health for specifically that reason, I assume. We don't see the wave. And unfortunately, that extra 1 attack that they gave up by transitioning from the sword to the shield matters and preventing the Parrot from getting sniped. But it doesn't matter for the fight.
Yeah.
So all's well that ends well. I think we're going to be taking this Vampire Dagger if I know anything about this dwarf setup. Scan that a little bit.
It's a great opportunity for this dagger here too. Could really put the stats on it right now with that Snow White. Just keep scaling that thing because eventually we're gonna get out of that Snow White.
I wonder if we also buy this chameleon in the hopes that next turn we can put that vampire dagger on the chameleon. No, we're gonna take the present, which becomes a decently sized rescue runner.
Yeah.
Gonna summon the Elaine from hand. I wonder if you. I think they're trying to plan around that parrot, prevent the Elaine from getting sniped by the parrot, which is actually a nice little play here.
Curious if they put the shield on the rescue runner.
I think they're comfortable with the rescue runner getting sniped, because that means that the farm boy can give stats to the Elaine. But you could also debate putting the shield on the Elaine in hand, so that when it gets summoned, it gets some stats. Although if the Ori dies before the Elaine comes out for whatever reason, then that basically means you're wasting those stats.
Yeah.
Let's see what Bro has here. Some Lotuses. Looks like we're trying to do some mage stuff. And looks like a little bit more damage. Odysseus there with a Chrono Crystal, so it'll at the very least basically be Savitri, but
Yeah.
a little bit less health to start. Now this is a really nice shop if you have cats. The problem is that Broshi does not have cats.
But we do have the ability to have summons with rescue runners, so I mean, maybe we could set up some cats a little bit here.
And you could technically summon one funny charm this combat, which would make it so that next turn there would be a summon. But it looks like we're just gonna stick with doing some item stuff here. Take a spell, take a moth, which is a booster for this rescue runner to get some extra value out of that summon, and then take that magnifying glass to get some extra attack and another Snow White trigger. Pretty reasonable dwarf turn. Pretty solid.
That's
solid turn.
quite a nice attack on that moth right now.
That it is. Yeah, not an ideal shop that you want to see if you're playing dwarves at this point in the game, but it's pretty acceptable to just take that item. A bunch more hero attack. So if we use this rescue runner later on in front of a Dr. Watson, get a lot of value out of that. Like there's pretty good lines open with this choice here.
Yeah. So at what point do you think Broshi wants to start maybe going a little bit more aggro and trying to get the win here?
It's a good question. I mean, I think probably level 5 is when you really start figuring that out. Like level 4, I think his main goal is really keep healthy, start finding a way to get some treasures, right? Because like part of it is he's Aladdin.
Yeah.
So like the end game and finding ways to get over the top of people, like that's really helped out by who your hero is.
Yeah, because it looks like Richard's gone a little bit more of that aggro route, who is Broshi's main competitor right now. But we just got a slay right now for that chameleon with Richard, which means he's got a twig. So he's probably going to go into stealth. So although he's behind on health, he's got it feels like he's got his board state.
Yeah, if you're Broshi, it almost makes you wonder, do you try to specifically find some build that you think will be good into stealth?
Mm-hmm.
Which probably involves some succubus, it might be some scam, which really, like, this early dwarf stuff is a pretty good choice for that.
Yeah.
To be able to... you can play big dwarves in front, or like Tempe Beard in front, and then some succubus in back, try to use succubus to make a big stealth fire mage attack its own board. Like there's some ways to disrupt that setup. So I wonder what we're looking at here. Maybe this magnifying glass? Even just this pair of bottle fairies, I suppose. But
yeah.
Looks like we're taking the magnifying glass and more hero attack.
I mean, more hero attack's never a bad thing.
It is not. I wonder if we lock the shop for this Vendi and this vampire dagger.
Ooh.
It's not a bad little turn.
That would be very nice.
It would also mean we're basically guaranteed to get our first Aladdin treasure next turn with Snow White.
Yeah.
He's looking at the Vendi.
Yeah, we're gonna let it go. I guess he's not willing to commit fully to dwarves just yet, which makes sense. We just didn't. I feel like hit the dwarves we needed to in 4, so now we're going to 5. Well, we're still in 4, but early 4.
The Murchie and the Vampire Dagger is a decent start to this
I
turn.
think you have to take the Murchie. Yeah.
Gives you a treasure, gives you a
Yeah.
pair, gives you a cheap Vampire Dagger.
Exactly.
You really wanted to see like a Steadfast Statue here. Like I think
Mhm.
you have to take one of these. You might just take like the Shield, or even the Seer Sphere because it lets you get fairy coins, which help trigger your Snow White faster.
Ooh. That
But
could
you
be
really
good.
wanted to see, I think, Steadfast Statue or the Anvil with this turn. Steadfast Statue lets you have a constant supply of stats for your Vampire Daggers to drain, and the Anvil lets you get a lot more daggers and key items for later on. Looks like we're taking the Jekyll. Feeds into our hero attack line that we already have in place. I wonder if we're just going to take this dagger with this last 4 gold that we have this turn. Looks like the answer is yes. I also wonder if we get out of this rescue runner and just play a lane and another Murchie on board here.
Yeah, a lane's getting pretty big.
We're still going to be summoning a lane into 2, not playing the Murchie. Just let us get a little more value out of the Moth as well.
Now, Moss 4-2 boost, correct?
I think it's 3-2, and the stars are plus
50%, I believe.
Either 50 or 75.
Yeah.
Used to be 100, but it was a bit too strong, I thought.
Are you surprised with the lack of stars we've seen in this current meta, based on how strong they were last?
I think they're still strong. So
I do
I've
too.
still been surprised by how few full boost star comps we've seen. Part of it is it's just really hard to assemble. I'm sure that's a lot of it. But yeah, I have been surprised by the fact that we haven't seen a few more star setups, just because I do still think they're very strong from when I've played them. Now this Matt and this Taylor look pretty enticing. Max 5 gold left. I wonder if we are going to see the Taylor here, especially into Romeo and Juliet. Taylor is a pretty nice pickup. We're going to see a spell, combat spell. I almost wonder. Oh no, we're not going to see the Taylor. Your shop is interesting. 2 Galahads into Narcissus.
Yeah.
Could get you really close to having a Aladdin buffed level 5 treasure, but it doesn't seem like Roshi's so interested in that.
I mean, he still got a minute to decide. Like, I think he got to commit to it, or at least buy the.
I might just take the Narc. You could also just take the Narcissus. We're selling the Murchie. We're not selling the Murchie. I might sell a couple of swords in the Parrot. It looks like we're selling a sword and 2 Murchies.
Well, there's still time to lock. I think locking is the play. But I mean, even not locking, I mean, like, I guess you can't really go wrong there.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because I think Galahad in general is like mostly a pure tempo pick. Roshi at this point kind of needs to just get a first place. The only reason that Galahad here could be that sort of more upside play is just because of the treasure line, because there's 2 of them.
Well, I mean, Galahad's
it's interesting. Where, like, yeah, I think you would want more upside type characters, but also just the fact that there's 2 of them.
Yeah, like Galahad's in 3 and 2 right now. That's just great, just in general. Like,
it's just a lot of stats. Fight RNG on these Romeos and Juliets continuing to not go particularly well, and there's a bit, or at least not in the fights we've seen on stream, and a little bit more damage. Interesting to see where we'll go from here. We're going to eat this Parrot, so we're going to get to 6 early, or we're not. More Romeos and Juliets.
Ooh, there's the succubus.
Yeah.
I think you have to take Succubus here, don't you?
I probably would. I think there's some mixed opinion on just how good that character is.
Especially just in tournaments, just having on the bench, just for you don't necessarily need to play it every turn, but just
Yeah.
if you need it, you need it.
I do think the extent to which Fire Mage continues to be one of the stronger things in the game just makes Succubus so much better to have just lying around for when you need it.
And also just how people have been playing their builds. They've been very fluff oriented. They're very all similar stats together. Also, we saw that giant the Blackbeard fluff comp. Just you kind of need this scam. I mean, was it?
I think we're about to see a Tempe here. No, we're about to see a cat. I think we're playing cats. I was very much expecting that to be.
I was expecting the Tempe
Tempe
too.
out of the shop with those vampire daggers, but it looks like we're playing cats.
Yeah, I
Or
was
these
also. Yeah, I mean, because we've had a very similar board to what we had earlier. We had that double funny cat, so
yeah, passed on it earlier, and now we're seeing the catnip get put here.
I mean, to be fair, like Cannonball is just a strict. It's just great for every build. Like you can never really go wrong with it.
Yeah, for sure.
Although our whole shop right now is basically boosters in the Tempe. Did we just lock for them off?
I think we're looking for the Tempe. I think we might still be doing the Tempe. I don't know. It'll be interesting to see what we are locking for. It might just be for a pair. Nice tie. It is
Okay,
the
we do
Tempe.
take Tempe.
I mean, that is a big Tempe.
Yeah, and it's
Tempe, Matt, and Succubus. This has a real Tempe beard look to it. There's a Taylor. Taylor might be interesting looking at that sleigh board that we're staring at here.
Yeah.
Oh, that Nocturne is big. That sleigh board is terrifying. That Nocturne is going to make some huge stars.
How big was it? I didn't have to catch the power.
It was like a 67 attack Nocturne or something like that. 70 attack Nocturne. Yeah, it's going to be big stars.
That's going to be a problem. Did you happen to see who was running that board by chance?
I think it was Gabby. I think it was Gabby Jacoby. Another vampire dagger. So we are fully doing Tempe related shenanigans. Which makes me think that we'll see a Blackbeard at some point. Is it Dark Twig that we're looking at, I think, in conjunction with this mat? Pot is a bit too late. It's an interesting spot. I almost want to put stats from the spell onto the Tempe to give it more stats to drain. Yeah, 67, 71 Nocturne. That is a problem.
Yeah. This is
almost...
this sleigh board's on all cylinders right now.
I wonder if you stealth the rescue runner, make it so that the Hermes has to go into the Tempe, which it probably wouldn't slay, and then you play the Succubus in back.
Mm-hmm.
It's also interesting to see what we're going to do with this Loud Cold we have here.
Cool, a second Tempe. That's beautiful.
Another Tempe. Another Tempe's a great hit. So let's see what this Hermes attacks into first.
That's big Hermes.
Oh, and it hit the runner first, which let it scale more.
Uh-oh.
The stars come in. That is a convincing sleigh board.
That is very scary.
So here comes another Tempe. I think we're just looking for like Tempe Blackbeard stuff at this point with scam around it. We're gonna deal with a devil, and we're gonna find another.
Oh,
It looks like he's trying to stack a bunch of items onto the Tempe, which I for sure get. Make it so you can furnace stuff later. Although these magnifying glasses don't make it furnace targets because most of their stats, I believe, are aura based. But I think they're just trying to make it so their Tempe is as big as possible.
that's a big
Fate
Tempe.
Scissors is pretty interesting, especially in the sleigh. The Poison Tree is pretty interesting in the sleigh. And we saw some Kib stuff earlier. When Kib stuff absolutely struggles into Fate Scissors. Celestial Shield, Romeo and Juliet stuff. Looks like that's gonna end up being boost stuff. That's more Kib stuff. Yeah.
Although we do have the first elimination, and we'll be facing the ghost here. So this is a chance really to scale the board. So I kind of get the play for getting out of the backline moth here. It looks like it's kind of seen its time. As well
You can also argue to just take Camelot and play full boost, but it looks like we're gonna do Fate Scissors here.
That's a massive Tempe.
It's a big boy. And we have the summoning unit already, so we're one Blackbeard away from being fully in a Tempe Beard setup. Start finding Blackbeards with the Wizard of Oz, Tailors. We've got there's some stuff cooking here, and we still don't even have a hero power yet. If we get Fate Scissors online in the third slot on Aladdin, where we actually have hero power, that also gets really interesting, where you're sniping two things out of the opponent's board at the very start of the combat. Should be really good into that sleigh comp. You snipe the Hermes and then you snipe the Woman in the Moon. It's quite a twist of events. There is a Mustang here. I don't think we're doing stealth stuff, though I suppose that is an option. It feels a bit late, and we passed on a twig earlier. Had we taken that twig earlier, I think we'd be in that stealth stuff. But yeah, we're rolling it here.
Yeah, we really need that Blackbeard right now.
The Wizard of Oz works as a Blackbeard food character. I think we take this Dr. Frankenstein.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah, I mean,
and just because it's exactly 6 gold left, we're gonna roll it. There's a mirror on the wall. Broshi in typical Broshi fashion, hovering over the King Triton. I know he wants to play Triton. I don't think there's a realistic Triton line here, although our respective definitions of what is a realistic Triton line are very different.
Yeah,
Broshi loves King Triton.
Yeah, what do we even have that would help King Triton is the real question.
That's up to Broshi to decide, and for me to not know. Icarus's wings is interesting. I'm surprised the mirror on the wall wasn't taken. I feel like that'd be really good to put opposite that Rapunzel, but it looks like we're gonna play the Wizard of Oz. Oh, I think he's summoning the Succubus so that it keeps its range, because the upcoming board has Hurricane, although now it looks like we're not going to. Let's summon the Catnip bottle instead for some stats. This is a supply cabinet if we just want to be cats, but I think we rolled a Cat Queen earlier, which was our real chance to actually play that. It's an interesting turn. Yeah, it does feel like the show just really weren't cooperating with what this board wants to be doing.
Yeah.
Which is virtually a lot of like Blackbeard stuff.
We also just need that third treasure.
Very much so. Snipe one of the Draculas, which is nice. Losing the succubus there is rough because the succubus would have absolutely traded out with both of those front row characters, save some health. Hermes is a flying item, although they could change that out. You could also stealth the succubus in 5 and then play the Tempe in 7 to get around that flying item if that's what you're anticipating. Core Fusion, unfortunately, doesn't do a whole lot here.
I think we gotta find a way to replace this Ari with something.
Yeah, this board wants a Blackbeard so bad. And wants. 2 Van Helsings are tempo, but they don't really do anything.
How much hero attack do we have? Oh man, we gotta worry about that Lady of the Moon.
Yeah, this opposing board that we're about to come up against is pretty spooky. Really, just these shops are just whiffs. Just a lot of whiffs.
Man, I think we have to take Celery Tea. Ooh, we skipped it.
The Lorelei might have been worth taking, but really until, oh gosh,
I think we need some harder. I think we need some harder scam at this point.
Frankenstein's monster could maybe do something, but not until we have Blackbeard. This board is really just waiting for a Blackbeard.
Yeah.
This board finds a Blackbeard and a couple of Captain Hooks. It goes from 0 to 50 really quickly, but right now it is just stuck. Oh my gosh, these just aren't the shops.
No. And
I feel like Broshi, like, there's a sense of wanting to buy something, but just like nothing is showing up. You take that mirror on the wall? No, I'm gonna want. You can take the furnace.
I think you got to take the Celery Tea. You need something.
The Celery Tea, unfortunately, into Slay isn't as good as like a Taylor or a Succubus. I think we're gonna see a furnace here.
Do we have enough health to deal with the Lady in the Moon? Like that Ari, I don't think can be on our board. I think.
There's not a whole lot else that goes in that spot. The furnace might be a lock, but it looks like we're going to let it roll.
This is looking kind of grim.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because... Ooh, it's... Okay.
Hermes flies. Let's gonna Fate Scissor that. No, we don't have the double Fate Scissors yet. We only have the one.
Yeah, we need that second treasure bad.
Yeah. Oh, and it's perfect lethal.
Yeah.
Oh. I mean, that board had so much potential, and it just didn't find any of the stuff that it needed. That was rough. Let's see who else was alive. Richard Werman was alive.
Richard, yeah, let's go check Richard out.
Hop over to see what Richard Werman's working on.
All right, Richard Werman's taking a treasure right now. Richard is at, it looks like, 1 health. And getting a new hero as we speak.
Well, Sisyphus at 1 health doesn't do anything. We're going to take Sovereignty.
Although he's
facing the Broshi board that we just knocked out.
Following.
So it looks like we're doing stealth with a side of Frankenstein's monster.
Although it looks like, I believe Gabby was dataless and looks very far ahead.
Yeah, it's 2 Slay boards at the top of the lobby, and this is what Slay wants to do, right? Like, Slay wants to get rid of people on turns 15, 16, and 14, 15, 16, so that they don't have a time to scale past them. Slay is very much a comp that wants to get out ahead of people early.
Yeah.
To make it so that they don't have the opportunity to catch up.
Yep. And that's exactly what they did. So that was...
Yes. Both of these 2 Slay boards have had pretty strong early games to start knocking people out. Let's see. We're going to see... So there's another Mustang in the shop, which I assume Richard Werman very much wants with this setup. Well, these Frankenstein's monsters are interesting, but they don't really have a lot of stats feeding into them just yet.
And then,
Yeah, you can look at both of these two slave boards that he's scouting.
yeah.
Rich Ruman knows he needs a ton of stats to get over the top of what's happening here. We're going to take a Taylor and we're going to lock the Mustang, which is interesting. Acknowledging that at some point he's going to have to try to find a way to scam out a giant woman in the moon. Hence the Taylor.
Yeah.
So
And
see what
then
happens here.
Mimple, if Richard does not win this game, Mimple will also be live.
Right. So second Mustang and a second Fire Mage. I'm not sure if we see
I think
a second Fire Mage get bought. I guess we do.
I think you buy, at least, but you definitely buy the Mustang, right?
Oh, for sure. You're buying the Mustang here, and I think it's going in slot 6, if I had to guess. I'm wondering if the Portal Wardrobe is going to show up.
I feel like the Portal Wardrobe is becoming a liability now against these sleigh comps.
Yeah. It's interesting. Ah, they're going to try to stop the sleigh with the Wizard of Oz here.
Oh.
Because it looks, I think Mimple is the one that had the flying Hermes. And I think...
Oh, no!
Looks like we have a pause. But I think Mimple was the one with the flying Hermes, and Gabby's Hermes doesn't have the flying item, which means the Taylor might be safe back there. And it means that the slot 4 Wizard of Oz is probably going to soak up that hit.
Yeah, Wizard of Oz is definitely... It's an interesting character. It's got a lot of stats, but is there any way for Wizard of Oz to regain its shield?
It can't regain its shield. It can keep a bunch of its stats. One of the better interactions with the Wizard of Oz is if you summon it from a rescue runner after a Captain Hook dies. Captain Hook gives stats to your board, or to your bench, and that includes the Wizard of Oz's aura stats that are on it while it's in your hand. So you give it stats that stay after its shield pops. And we see a Frankenstein's monster here. I wonder if we're going to take this in the hopes of hitting Symbol of Unity, which would make that Frankenstein's monster very, very big. We miss it, but we take Poison Tree, I think, here. Yeah. Poison Tree is really nice. And then I think we probably take this Frankenstein's monster back off of our board.
Ooh.
Keeping it. The Lorelei is really interesting as well. They get 2 attacks first, which is rough. There goes the Frankenstein's monster. Taylor comes in, takes something out. It's just too many stars. That'll do it.
Yeah. And that's
turn 17, that's when Steve wants to kill you. Gabby Jagodia manages to take that game by getting the real first attack in addition to the Hermes first attack, being able to still slay through Wizard of Oz. So we're going to take one more quick pause because we still have games to go.
Yeah, that's right.
Gabby was not live, and so we have the next game coming up, so we're going to take a break and be right back.
Welcome back to the May monthly tournament. We have round 5 here. We now have 3 players live. We'll be following Mimple as Mimple tries to secure the first place to potentially win the May monthly tournament. Mimple, Richard, and Broshi are all live. So let's see if one of these players can secure the victory to become our May champion. Not only that,
3 players live. Oh yeah.
Not only that, but there's a few other players that can stop these 3 from winning the tournament here. If Synesthesia comes in 4th, Synesthesia will be live. If Gabby comes in 6th, they'll be live. If Field comes in 3rd, they'll be live. And if Surstrat comes in 6th, they'll also be live. So we see a Guan Yen here. Is Guan Yen going to be what the champion picks for this tournament? Or are they going to pick Sovereign or Morgan Le Fay? It looks like potentially some options here. What do you think? Thoughts, IHSB?
I like Sabrani a lot. This would be a pretty quick Guan Yin pick for me, though.
Yeah.
But I have a pretty strong affinity for Guan Yin.
It's just safe, just in general, and just treasures are good. I mean, we're really seeing people going towards just treasures. I mean, we saw in game 1 with Richard, you go from 0 treasures to a full board of treasures. You're very difficult to stop. At least Guan Yin is able to guarantee you treasures while you continue your board state to improve that.
Yeah, and I think the advent of several additions of like impactful level 2 treasures, not necessarily crazy tempo treasures, but things that like can have impact in the end game. Things like Atlantis, things like Third Eye. They've made it so the Guan Yin has a little more value, right? Like the impact of those treasures is offset by the fact that there's so many level 2 treasures and you're not going to be able to really tunnel in on any one of them. But hitting one of those relatively impactful options does make it so that Guan Yin can set you up on 3.1 to have a really nice little bit of value that can last for basically the entire game. If you hit one of those options, it's really particularly useful.
And it looks like Mimple is going for the early pair here with the double bat, right?
I think so. That or a bat behind the board farm boy is pretty good. But it looks like you are indeed, we are indeed seeing the pair. And one of them is going to get a little potion.
I always love the little fake out the players do. They like to act like they're taking it, and they're like, no, I'm not taking it. Oh, yeah, I'm taking it, yeah. It's almost like, we called it, but at the same time, it's like they're having second thoughts. Like,
they know we're in here. They know we're watching. They're just trying to give us some fun things to talk about, probably.
I probably should spend more time thinking when I make my decisions, but I'm like, this is what I'm doing, and then I realize I take stuff in the wrong order, like so many times. Like with Snow White, I'll be like, I'll start taking dwarves before I buy Snow White, and I'm like, oh, I should have done that in a different order.
Oh yeah. I buy items before I buy merchy a lot. That's what I do. Where it's like, I bought this item, I now have 1 gold left. I'm not going to do anything with it. I should have bought the merchant just to bank it. just all the stuff that you get when you pay a little more attention.
Speaking of merchant, Richard does the double merchant here. Will we get
2 big merchants dealing a little bit of early damage?
Yeah, Richard's setting up for dwarves here. I love good farm boy early on. It's definitely, I think, in my opinion, the best 2-drop there is.
I am inclined to agree. Maybe the Beast, which we're also seeing get taken here. But Farm Boy, in terms of how long it can stay on your board, I don't think anything stays on your board under the board Farm Boy. Just because if you get an impatient farmer on 3.0, that board Farm Boy is speeding it until late level 4, right? Like it just hangs around forever, and it's a lot of stats.
I also really like using a board Farm Boy with Milk Woman because board Farm Boy feeds Milk Woman, which feeds board Farm Boy, so it's basically a scaling loop.
For sure. Yeah. Let's see what King Midas is cooking up over here. Let's see if they have enough stats to get through what's going to be a 7-8 vampire bat and a 5-5 vampire bat in the back here.
That's a lot of stats. And we have two of our
We'll also see.
players who are live right now facing each other.
And we'll also see if Mimble has the ability to keep that Cursed Rose protected, and he does not. That Cursed Rose does lose one of its health.
Really? I guess
It's a slightly awkward shot. Yeah,
it is
you can tell
slightly awkward.
He wants the Snow White, but he doesn't quite have the gold for it unless he sells the board farm boy.
I
It
think
might be worth doing.
I think it's worth doing. I mean, you provide value to your beast, as well as adding another opportunity for another treasure to just have a full board of treasures.
Yeah. So
But
I don't think you
also,
really want to be playing this
gold
Goose.
laying goose, though, you can put the rose on that and put that on your bench, and gold for later is always high value in this game, even though
That is
it's
a
a
good
little
point.
late for it.
Yeah, it does let you protect the beast a little bit more.
Yeah.
Looks like we're gonna buy a goose. We're gonna play a goose.
See, sometimes I find when I have these 1/1 characters on my board, they become, honestly, they're better off just not being played at all, because I have a character that's lived, like the vampire bat, that's already buffed, that I wish would have got a second attack sometimes.
Although we see here, the goose traded with the farm boy.
It
Pretty
did.
surprisingly.
This is just a great treasure. I like.
Yeah, Third Eye is probably the pick here. Yes, it is. This pair of cabbage merchants is really interesting.
Ooh, that is very
because
interesting.
their dying breath adds cheap items to your shop.
Right.
Although we
Which
didn't take the
feeds-
Snow White last time. If we'd have taken the Snow
Ooh.
White, we would be having that. But in the absence of Snow White, you probably let those go.
I mean, we could buy them now, and the next turn, maybe Snow White's in our shop with those 2 cabbages with 7 gold.
Could be.
I mean, the double cabbage. Oh, interesting how we're going Romeo here.
I think we're just looking for beast triggers. Oh, and there's the cabbage merchants.
Yeah,
And
don't
the
you?
thing with the cabbage merchants is you can play them, as we're seeing here, with the farm boy, because they get extra stats from it.
Transform to beast, right?
Probably. Well, you could transform the beast or the goose. Doesn't
Well,
really
I think
matter.
if you transform to goose, doesn't it not trigger it for a turn?
Well, we'll find out. It's a good point. I think you might be right, because it does make it so your potato doesn't lose its charge. I don't buy goose enough to know, to be honest.
Same. That's a massive prince.
Cabbage Goaty is off to a flying start with that.
It did trigger it. So that shows us.
It did get its health. Or its progress. There's an impatient farmer here that you might want to take, just for the sake of
that's
maximizing this board farm boy, because it's some tempo.
as
And
well
with the
as
hooks cook as well. I like this.
Same. I mean, honestly, do we even need to keep both the cabbages at this point?
You could take the spell, because you don't need the third eye treasure anymore.
True. I wish they'd give potato the farmer tag, to be honest. I feel like it deserves it.
It is a crop.
It absolutely is a crop. That's going to be my petition. I'm going to just be like, potato for farmer, please.
And that is a spooky looking front line. Synesthesia has rolling up. That is some Brother Gambler stats going on some Iron Will characters.
Oh,
that is a full board of Iron Will characters. Synesthesia knows what he wants, and it's Iron Will. And take a Slay Charm to try to make it so that our debt is more likely to get its quest progress here. do get the sleigh. Those are
Big bats.
That's going to be some damage. We're at 14 going into 4.0. That does not feel good.
It does not, but an 1818 is not the worst thing to have on the board.
That's not bad. Take some cabbages. We can take the Celine, which works with these cabbage buys we've had. And that's an 1818. That does just sort of play.
And it's giving our Moonlight to our Odette as well.
Yes.
Man, I think if we could find a Milk Woman here, I think.
Honestly, this bag is really interesting.
It is.
If you could moonbathe the Vendy, which I might do here instead of the Odette. Lock the bag, moonbathe the Vendy here. Hope that 4.2 Guan Yin gives you a anvil if you don't have it already. Might be a line. But really, I mean, that relies on you getting slays with your Vendy, and it also kind of derails your Odette progress.
I mean, how much more do
a
we
lot
need
of gold to invest in something where you don't yet have the milk.
But do we need the Odette much more past this round? I mean, after we get its quest trigger.
After it slays? Yeah, I don't know. After its quest, it might just be something you try to new you up.
Honestly, core fusioning it into something isn't even the worst thing. We just don't have anything great to core fusion it on.
Yeah. You can also see Mimple looking at the Tomorrow's Trader to do a moonbathing on the Tomorrow's Trader.
Ooh.
Especially because they have the Hook's Cook to provide spells reliably for it.
Ooh.
They were thinking about it. It looks like they'll let it roll for now. Looks like we're going to have enough stats here.
Oh, man.
A little bit of damage to good Leprechaun. It's another Hook's Cook. And another Celine.
Now, what's interesting is we're not putting the cabbages on the bench.
Right, we've been selling them.
I think you have to take second Celine here, right?
I think so.
Yeah. Yeah, Farm Boy's done its job, so I mean, I think it's time to just yeet him.
Probably.
Oh, that's convenient.
This is a Seer Sphere. This thing's got a little spicy. Baby Mimic into Seer Sphere?
Ooh.
We're about to get a treasure.
Yeah.
Could also take this Godmother's wand, but I might be tempted to take the Baby Mimic and try to mimic this 3 I'm going to get next turn.
Yeah, I think so too. Well, I think you have.
Could also mimic a bean into the Celine triple, try to go 6.
Right. That could set us pretty far ahead.
We'll see what we're about to come up with here.
Oh.
Wait, crab? Could also see the trader being once we triple the Celine, because we'll be able to have Moonlight on 2 slots.
Yeah, I did not see the crab coming.
A little bit of damage. We're going to get...
Well, we could skip this and go for Bean, right? Because we just slayed on Odette.
We did just slay on Odette. Looks like we're going to go for full mage treasures here.
Ooh.
So now we're going to bean into a 5. The Mimic Sears here is still quite nice with the... I think you just have to take Camelot. I don't think anything else.
Yeah, you have to take Camelot. You're on...
It's just speculative Camelot here.
Oh.
You could also Crescent, but...
Do we have any slays, though?
I think Helix is too slow. You just take Camelot and hope that you find a booster.
It has to be Camelot here.
None of these unfortunately help you right now. When you're
No,
at
none
8
of
health,
them help now. But like Camelot, like Slay's great, but like
the one thing that Slay does is it makes it so that Odette can give you shops of super upgraded things, and I think that's what we're going for here.
yeah. I mean, you have a Dark Habit on the bench. You can get.
Do we want that? I guess we want
Do
that.
we have enough time to do all this? Oh my gosh, we are casting spells
Take
like no one's
XP
ever
again.
seen.
Okay. I see the vision. Nice.
That was
Get a
that was
bunch
a
of-
lot.
Yeah, a bunch of basically free gold by taking the deal with the devil and then the experience after it.
Mm-hmm.
Worked out nicely. The Tengu doesn't slay anything, which is really nice. I think we're gonna make it. Gonna make it to 5 here. Have a chance to find some slay stuff. If we find some slay stuff, this could snowball
Wow.
real quick. Mimic Seer Sphere with the Odette is putting a bunch of spells in shop.
And if we would have picked boosters, we'd have had a bunch of Watsons also. So
We would have had a bunch of Watsons. Although we wouldn't have necessarily gotten them without the extra slays. Taking the Watsons anyways, it looks like.
jeez, that's a lot of spells.
Tiny potion the tomorrow's trader to start getting some shop buffs going. And there it is. Get the free coin. Just another shop buff for 2 gold. Yeah.
I mean, I think you take the Kiv and just transform it, don't you? Or transform it now.
I think you could take the Godmother here. Is another option. Because the Odette is creating whimsy scale.
Well, you know what?
You could also take Hunters. Like the Gretel, if you have these 2 Watsons, is pretty good tempo if you just want tempo.
Yeah,
You
well,
might be looking to deal with the devil. Although really, the problem here is that if you are playing Slay, you ideally want to be spending these first couple of turns finding.
I mean, we got
Which
Gretel
is not
here. Gretel slays. We got Devil Watson. You know, everyone's been asking for it all day. I think it's time
we're
for
gonna
it.
see Hunters. Yeah,
I think we're hunters. I think we're hunters. Oh, wow! I
we're not
also fake
hunters.
out if I've ever seen it.
We're not
Oh.
Hunters.
We are not hunters. Oh, that was. Oh, we got tricked. Oh,
You got so excited. I'm sorry.
we got
that had to happen.
we got so excited too. Oh no. Oh. Oh man, I thought it was it.
That cat box is a problem.
Oh boy, this might be lethal.
Yeah, that is. Oh, the cat box. The cat box getting summoned out. Man, that is a very strong board for an 8th place. That's a rough 8th place if I've ever seen it.
Yeah. Unfortunately,
Man,
I think
so
we took a little
have-
bit too much damage early on. We have Richard and Broshi live. Looks like we're going over to Richard right now.
Sounds good. We haven't watched Richard since the first game of the day, so let's see what they're up to. They're looking like they're also doing some Slay stuff. They have the Anvil. They did find a Sea Witch. There's a Nocturne. I think they want that.
Yeah.
I think this it's about to get sold here.
I mean, with the people going into Slays the way they are, I mean, you have to start seeing some scam boards start developing, don't you?
That or you just hope you build. I mean, if you're healthy enough to get into something like dogs can get way over the top of Slay, just in terms of pure numbers. I do think Richard is sitting here wondering if he wants this Firefly item. I kind of think that might be what we're about to see, but maybe not. The Firefly item works really well in Slay because if you put it on Woman in the Moon, it doubles the amount of buffs that it gets when you get a Slay trigger, because it has the sunbathing effect. And in the interim, you can use it on either a Hermes for its moonbathing or on an Agent of the Moon for its moonbathing. But it looks like we're not taking that, and we're instead just playing a full board of monster charms and a lunar pendant or two. So we've got the items cooking to be a full Slay comp here.
So
it looks like we have this Nemesis that we're counting on for this final treasure.
Now, in terms of items, is the Firefly the only item that grants sunlight?
I have to make sure I get this. Yeah, I believe so.
I believe so too. Yeah.
Yeah. I feel like I should have had the answer to that more quickly, but yes, it does. It's the only item that has sunlight.
Do you ever think we'll see a sunlight only item similar to how we have that moonlight only item?
Maybe. I mean, I think it depends on how early Lara feels it's balanced for there to be sunlight available. Just because it is a very powerful effect, so I think that's sort of the question at hand is how do you balance it, and where would it be available? But yeah, I think that certainly would make sense. It's the type of thing that could get added. I do think Richard Werman is unhappy with this treasure select. I do think they wanted either Crescent Blades or Symbol of Unity, the two sort of clearer Slay treasures that you generally want to see.
I mean, we're going to get it this time, though. Watch. I'm calling it right now.
We have Nocturne about to get tripled here.
Yep. Here comes the Slay charm. Or Slay treasure. Oh,
Symbol of Unity, that's one of them.
That's one of them.
You can see either they're re-rolling that immediately. They really want their Crescent Blades. Not even taking the Athena Slay. Oh no, they haven't re-rolled it yet. They just hit the treasures. I thought they immediately pressed the re-roll button. But I think they're debating Symbol of Unity and Poison Tree. Poison Tree helps you to get your slays with a 1 in 7, or if you're Aladdin, 2 in 7 chance to turn a very, very big thing into a very, very small thing. Symbol, of course, gives the ability to create this sort of endgame complete Exodia Athena situation that it appears that Richard Werman is going to target instead in this case. Which makes sense. Richard Werman's live, right? He wants a first place. First place is the only thing that matters. And if you're at this point in the game, chasing that full, massive Athena situation is the type of thing that makes a lot of sense for you. And in the interim, he's about to have a Frankenstein's monster that's going to get a bunch of stats from this front row. So both an endgame line and something that's going to help him currently.
Now, the real question is, has Richard done enough damage to his opponents to be able to take the Slay charm to get it, Slay build to get it out ahead like we saw Gabby last game?
This is a pretty fierce board that we're seeing here. I mean, I think part of it also is as we're seeing him penny for your thoughts. I think we're about to see is penny for your thoughts, deal with the devil, and then penny for your thoughts one more time. He's going to get himself an extra 2 gold the following turn and stay at level 5 for a bit longer, which might be what he wants, to try to find more sea witches and other Slay stuff. So I think that's what we're about to see is this deal with the devil got locked, and I think it's because we're trying to both find more sea witches and nocturnes and Slay stuff, and then also get a second penny for your thoughts trigger as we go up to level 6 for the second time. So let's see here. Agent of the Moon is getting trouble. We'll see if we hit like a Slay Moon from this. We don't.
Ooh.
But the Baby Mimic is really interesting. If you Baby Mimic and then one of those re-rolled 5s becomes Crescent Blade, that might be more valuable than doing this sort of cute little penny for your thoughts thing, which was clever, but it looks like he also agrees. It's not worth the wait.
But Gunnar Nocturne and Frank.
There is another couple of things that are relevant for Slay. I wonder if he just straight up is just hard rolling for sea witches. Although it looks like we're gonna take this Frankenstein's monster and get another one.
All right, this is just all right. This time he's getting the Slay thing. Like he has to. Like, right?
Stack. I And there's
Oh, I
probably
called it. See, if you
well,
say
we're
it
playing
enough
full
times.
sleigh, and we have triple sleigh triggers with symbol of unity. This is spicy.
Oh,
That
this
slot
is
1 Melusine has a lunar pendant, so it should pretty reliably scale. The slot 2 Agent of the Moon has a stacked lunar pendant and a sleigh charm on it, so it should reliably scale. I mean,
so.
this is
If you're
this is
Richard,
fearsome. There's a Hermes, and he kind of wants it, but I can see the calculation going on in his head that it might just not be big enough yet to really be getting sleighs
although
this late in the game. But I think we're
he
going to see it. Yeah, we're going
what
to see
he
it. We're going to see it,
he-
and the lunar pendant's going to go on it to try to make it so that it has any chance it can get to get that sleigh.
I mean, to be fair though, it doesn't have to
This
slay
is
now. But
this is about as much of a spicy heading into 6 sleigh setup as you could ever hope for.
yeah,
Triple crescent blades with the anvil to get you items you might need, and symbol of unity for the end game line into Athena. This is quite a setup.
although with this Hermes though, does he necessarily need to be beefed up now, where he can maybe fuse into something there and give it stats so that way it's buffed up? Say this Snow White.
You did call
or
it.
his,
You called the crescent blades, and you were 100% correct.
third time's a charm, as they say. Oh, that's a big Romeo.
This is a convincing sleigh board, and with the moonbathing effect on Hermes, he will now get the Hermes blessing each turn if he wants it. And he's going to take it for this turn. There's a woman in the moon right away.
Oh man.
I almost wonder if the will charm is something that he wants. None of that. $7 gold is expensive, but a will charm is pretty interesting. I'll roll it. And there's a miniature moon.
Ooh. I think you have to take it, don't you?
I think the miniature moon's probably going to be going on this Melusine, yep. Triple crescent blades, back at it. Oh my gosh. If you're Richard Roman, you have to be feeling pretty good about the position you're in.
Yeah.
I do wonder if this hamster's chrono crystal that we're seeing from that last fight is popped now. Might be.
So what do you think the biggest threat against this board is right now?
Let's see how many sleighs we can get this fight. The lunar pendant is going to take him right into the succubus, which is very nice for Richard Werman here, not having to deal with that. Hermes gets 2 sleighs because of it, and it looks like Feel Alright is indeed out. That Chrono Crystal did pop that prior fight. That's why he was at 1 health. The Hero Helix now.
Oh man.
Coming from Melusine. So now Hero Helix means that instead of triple crescent blades, we get quadruple crescent blades. With Symbol of Unity, we are an Athena and a Core Fusion away from seeing some absolute silliness in this game here.
Is there anybody left
Looks
that you
like
think
we're
can
gonna
take this
be
out?
Taking this Firefly now for the Woman in the Moon to double that buff. There's a Core Fusion and there's an Athena. No shot. I mean, he's going to have basically Exodia Slay on turn 17. No, 16. Turn 16, we're going to see basically full Exodia Slay. With Symbol of Unity, quadruple Crescent Blades. Oh my gosh. This is, I mean, it's hard to imagine how someone gets over the top of this. Someone really just is going to need to have something where the board's too big to get even a single Slay into it. And even with that, Richard Roman then would have options to play things like Mirror on the Wall, flying items. Like, there's so much flexibility for what Richard Roman can do here, just in the driver's seat, trying to end this tournament here.
Is my audio good now? Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're back.
I had a refresh. Apparently, it looks like it cut out for a little bit.
All good. I talked enough for the both of us.
Yeah, I was talking. I was like, "Can you hear me?" All right, there we go. Yeah. So, yeah, how do you stop this board now?
You just have to get bigger than it, and then you have to hope that Richard Roman doesn't play the mirror, right? You just need to, like, Synesthesia's boost stuff. They just need to have a boost front row that is so big that Richard Roman has no Slay targets, and then they need to hope that Richard Roman doesn't play mirror, doesn't find lightning in a bottle to go with a mirror, doesn't scale past you, doesn't find flying item when you don't have a chair. You just have to get massive very quickly, or find celestial shields, or find enough stealth and one shielded thing. Like, it's just a rough spot for everyone else in this lobby trying to stop this snowballing Symbol of Unity Slay board that is only going to continue to snowball more once.
Man, this is the most health board right now.
Yeah,
and this is just
not particularly close. With Camelot, Synesthesia has the ability to get big enough. I don't know. They're just going to have to keep high rolling. The problem is, of course, that after this next fight, it is almost certainly going to be the case that it's the top two.
Yeah.
So I wonder if I'm Richard Roman, I wonder if I put the miniature moon on the Athena and then fuse the agent of the moon with its 2 items onto it, but it looks like that's not going to be what happens here.
But I mean, the real question is, it's not if it can get big enough, is there enough time?
Yes, exactly. That's the big question. Right, you're going to be in top 2. How many turns do you need to get big enough that you can stop this? I don't know.
Can you stop? This is.
Yeah.
And it might be turning cold right now because this snowball is getting out of control.
Yes. This has officially reached the territory of spooky.
Wait, it wasn't spooky. Wait, it wasn't spooky before.
Well, I think it was maybe scary, and now we've transitioned to full spooky. Maybe I need to redefine what I mean by the word spooky. But this is terrifying. Yeah, this is really bad.
This is bad for everybody else.
Yeah, no, this is a frightening board.
So Richard, right now, how big do you think Richard's smile is when he's buying that woman in the moon?
And even looking at this next board, right? He's looking at like a Romeo and a Juliet that he can like slay into. Those stats are completely irrelevant to him, right? Like, this next board, I can't imagine what kind of turn they could have. I mean, I guess they have a map. They could like find celestial shields and a bunch of huge dogs out of nowhere and maybe have a chance to like put up a fight. But like, barring a complete high roll turn from Gabby on this next turn, like, I think Richard's just like, he just high rolled exactly what he needed. He got his rerolls to work, and the deal with the devil worked out perfectly to find the additional nocturne that gave him the triple, now quadruple Crescent Blades. Like, it's just, everything's come together.
Yeah, so like, I've seen a few Romeo Juliets. Like, what are your thoughts on this? Like, I have yet to see it win, but like,
I don't particularly care for them as characters. I get why they're played. They're pretty good mid-game tempo.
Yeah.
But they just don't take you anywhere. And I think, I mean, this is we saw them specifically hit Celestial Shields to try to get over the top of this, and it just still didn't matter, right? There's so many stats.
Yeah.
As soon as they got one Slay, it was done.
And we have two, and then there were two.
And
We
now
got-
there's two, and one of them is, I believe, Synesthesia is live, right? As well
No,
as Richard Woman?
Synesthesia is not live.
Synesthesia is not live. Okay, so Synesthesia could prolong the tournament if they manage to get over the top of this. They have a rough task ahead of them in getting over the top of this, but
Yeah, the only people live are
certainly
Roshi
possible.
and Memple and Richard, and they've been eliminated.
Okay. I did wonder if those two mirrors on the wall were interesting as like a backup in the event that Synesthesia can manage to get so big.
I mean, is the play potentially to get a rescue runner, put it in the slot across from Woman in the Moon, and then rescue runner a mirror on the wall into the Woman in the Moon?
It very well could be.
Is
You could also try. I mean, the problem with that is that once a Slay happens, the Nocturne gets so big and the stars get so big, like you really basically have to prevent this board from slaying to begin with, really. And I think what we're going to see here is a bunch of items get sold, and I think we're going to see a flying Hermes into this Slay comp. So we'll see if there's 5 more items to sell. Oh wait, no, we're out of mana, so we can't.
We're out of mana. We have
fusion this turn.
we have health. We just lock here, don't we? Or we just do it now.
I do think. I mean, we could lock it. Honestly, this game might be over after this next combat, right? Like 9 health is very much one-shot territory here, unless there's a Chrono Crystal. There's not a Chrono Crystal. It's a King Triton, but I don't think the spells are quite big enough. Yeah, I mean, I think this game's over. I think this tournament is over.
Oh my gosh!
Flying Hermes is gonna do it. The flying item. There goes all the stats.
Oh man, there's
Triton didn't really do anything. The stars are about to clean up this board, and I think we have a tournament winner.
Oh my gosh. Well, okay. Well, one character has to die, right? Oh no,
Nope, literally not.
Nope.
And that is a first place and an end of the tournament.
Congratulations, Richard Warman, for the fantastic plays here. Started with Richard and then end with Richard. So I mean, that's a great way to end it.
It all came around, and honestly, I mean, I have been talking for a while in all these various discords, just like I don't think I see anybody play Slay better than Richard Werman. So it's fitting to me to watch a tournament end on Richard Werman playing Slay, absolutely rolling the lobby, hitting basically the perfect treasure combination here. Just everything. They took all of the correct lines. They made all the right choices, and it worked out for them. And they had basically on turn 17 a close to unstoppable board. Just really impressive stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I can't wait to try and replicate all of these amazing comps we saw, and miss a lot of them because somehow I was not paying attention to what was in my shop, and then missed an important treasure or missed an important concept. But remember to try these at home and have fun. Hopefully you can see you guys all try and get into the next monthly tournament, which will be in the month of June. So that will be coming up at the end of this upcoming month. So
yeah, this is great. First 3 games, first however many games, pretty much no Slay. Last 2 games, both won by Slay. Slay came in, cleaned up lobbies in the early turns, and now we have a tournament that's over.
Yeah, it feels very good to see, stars go out of the meta, but then Slays come in. I'm very curious to see how stars will come back into the meta and all kinds of other stuff. So it'll be very curious to see this new and exciting meta. So look forward to seeing what this month has for us.
All right. Well, I think that about does it for us. I've been IHSB15. For me and brownballer, thanks for tuning in to day 2 of the May Fairy Tale Fables monthly tournament. Congratulations one more time to Richard Werman.
Congratulations, Richard, and I'm brownballer10, and I believe we are signing off. Thank you.
Have a good one, everybody.